ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about...
what I said.
So
So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe.
That's what
And
I
these
thought.
women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
Only God can do what no man can do. However, Nigerians can no longer pay for transport. However, Nigerians be want come out for house, may they go hustle for their daily bread. But the transport when they want to come out, it already work the daily bread for the house. When you calculate the transport when you want to come out, go hustle. Go reach where you want to go hustle, come back. But His Excellency, those new Cha-Cha CNG bus where you buy, where them dey? I know they government out, but when we want start to dey use them, you know say this kind of election time now in Nigeria still dey happy. We don't see am say you don't buy sharp. Papa, how are you? Una well done o. Anywhere you dey for Nigeria, they watch us for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube, they watch us online. We must continue to thank you. This bus don't reach like 10 years now. Now the former governor. Abi, don't reach 10 years.
They go 16 years.
This bus don't go 16 years.
16 years.
Let me say we are due for new one.
Yes. Overdue.
That's why Akpakomisa don't go carry some come now. That one not they use, you know they use diesel and fuel. And I see you. I've been an electric bus. Our governor go buy course. Na CNG. No, not be 100 naira. For this election time, a free Mayana. No, for this election time, from now till January 16, now free. If they not carry us free, we'll change that for them. 300 naira. Who wants to that for the 300 naira? This is not there. This is not there. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State. Whoa. I beg, those new bus bring and come out, make them go pack on this one. Abi?
Yes, people deserve it.
People deserve.
We deserve to have a new bus.
A new bus.
Yes. Yes.
Honestly, never enter street.
I bet may enter. May enter.
What they pay you for back?
If they pay me for, if I not even get space to put my leg. You know, see.
They should
prepare and add it to it.
no.
Waiting they happen.
Comfort. Okay, this your son. No wonder.
Okpa was the try for me.
Yes.
What you try for
I'm my brother.
Okay, but the transport, you know, say transport. This is not there.
No, I'm sure this one.
This is not there.
200 naira.
From where to where?
From ADP to
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. Cause in the nearest future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. Amen. I know say you don't buy, but bring them out.
I don't say they shine.
I know it's shining.
One light,
But hunger day. Transportation, however, transportation is one of our biggest challenges in Nigeria. Even me as a worker, whether they work for private sector or government sector, you go see I'm saying transportation don't take 90% of our salary. Now, hear what? May I tell you what they rain now? They say all the hustle they hustle now. They say now belly and toilet with the hustle I put.
Now so what let me save again?
What it concern you for what I talk so? What it concern you?
And make I help you finish.
Say
Not be the country we did.
say the work where they work. Na belly.
Now Bella, we don't let you save again.
You mean say Nigerians now as a civil servant, you know if you save like 2 million naira. After you don't receive your salary, you know if you get 2 million naira as balance. No, say as a Nigerian, you don't work, pay house rent, feed the children, pay school fees, don't do it. You know if you get 2 million naira as balance for your.
Let me say you be Yahoo boy now. Don't be say you dey work.
When you want to see her?
We will increase your salary. This new bus, you go enjoy the AC.
Amen. Jesus.
The new bus is coming.
Make the new bus quick come.
And you bring it
And make NEPA light day. No light,
You
no
go
light
buy
for
fan, you
building.
go buy solar fan.
No.
All the old women don't buy solar fan. So they carry solar fan follow body now.
You go
Go buy inverter fridge.
No light,
Go buy solar
no
fridge.
light.
We not go fit wait for NEPA again. We not fit wait for light. They want to kill us in this country. Everybody that they buy solar for us.
Where money is there? When you don't feed yourself.
Go borrow money from Lapo.
Who going to take it?
And then they go. If to say not be public transport, for see Nigerians they trek. Even so many Nigerians now don't park their vehicle now. They don't park big men now. People don't park their motor.
Yes, now. Because of fuel.
When it's too expensive.
Now this Iran American war na cause.
Nigeria.
Na cause.
We not get refinery.
No, now because of the American.
We not get refinery.
Donald Trump don't want
We
Iran
not
now.
get refinery.
You know you say we don't give out to Chinese company. You know yeah. Excellency. I beg bring out the new boss. I beg. Oh, we'll bring out the new boss. This is about 15 years. We don't to repair this motor. Bring out the new. Okay.
Wetin dey happen?
Oh your money oh.
Wetin dey happen?
500 naira.
Wetin dey happen?
500 naira. But you don't tell her to enter this, but we still make government may bring out the new boss.
We now increase. So.
Wait, let me be the answer. Wetin dey happen?
See the way people they rush enter public bus.
Wetin dey happen?
Now, no, it's SLSC. As an area journalist, as an area journalist, this new bus so make Edo people enjoy this bus till the end of this year. In fact, till January 16th to
Where this boy now?
Mother, you don't see all that small bus enter where you call the enter this one. You don't see small one enter. You don't take up. Why you call the enter this cheap one?
It's not cheap now.
It's cheap.
I go say cheap. It's not cheap. This one is supposed to be free bus. No. 300 is it cheap? It's not cheap. It's supposed to be free.
You know your safe fuel don't go up.
Okay, why did they want us to vote for them? Is it not because of all this?
Now they tell her may carry you free from now till January 16th.
See me now, I want to pay. I want to pay.
Oh my governor!
For this bus, I'm also a passenger. I stay in Airport Road. Just now you are in Airport Road. We do queue for it because it's cheaper. The other buses are carrying 600, 700. You know, in this economic now, we cannot afford to pay such amount. That's why we are trying to manage and queue for the bus. We queue. We are many.
The governor have bought new Shasha bus.
We thank him. Long may he reign.
That bus AC deal.
Yes, we knew.
That bus not be cho.
You mean it?
That bus not be diesel, not be
fuel.
You
mean it?
That bus now.
Bus for our governor.
It's not the hype. So where are you going? Where are you going? Now you the enter goes Ghana or South Africa. I want to personally warn and tell you people the truth and nothing but the truth. Santana. Madam, how business? How you dey family? People they complain. I not talk say now. People they complain. Say that they sell Santana, where don't in the buyer riches you call risky. Government wants start to call the checker now. Government wants start to check the Santana now.
We trust what we do because we dey eat from inside the Santana. We dey eat from inside. So me now, I go do wetin no good. I will come dey eat from inside. I dey eat from inside.
If I buy this Santana go house now, like how many days if you stay for house?
Like this one where it be like this now. If you stay 1 week, nothing will do am.
1 week?
Yes, nothing will do am. He gets starch. The one where no get starch, 3 days he don't dey pere.
Okay, may I tell you now what people when they chop Santana they complain. They say why be say Santana the smell, the cassava scent, it is scent where. These are people just chop Santana and I want you to say chop them. If you just open some, what did they cost them?
That one another person go answer now.
What did they cost them?
I don't know, my own on the smell.
Your own on the scent?
I said my own on the scent like that.
My own they smell like that. Because if you put them for water and say you soak them, you quick wash them. Once if you too take for ground, now you go get that odor.
Yeah.
But if you quick wash them, quick make them, you know get that odor.
How much for that one now? 100 naira.
200.
For one.
3,500.
And for restaurants, now they sell on 1,000, 1,500 though.
This one 8, 500. From 9.
Yeah, give me 500 naira. I get now me. Wait. Me and my 4 children, and my wife and dog. No, not that.
This one at 8 I'll give you.
8. And some restaurant they sell on 1,500 naira. No say for this country they know they shame again. No, they. Okay, inside the Santana 500 when I buy. Now inside the soup, pepper, oh yeah.
Now 9 I give am so.
500 naira. Let me say, if I open restaurant now, how much I'll get for this one now? I buy, how many give me 9 for 500? 200 naira. With soup. Thank you, eh? Thank you. So cut now. Thank you.
I greet you.
Don't chop today.
I never chop. Seriously.
You never chop today?
I never chop. Is this everywhere? It has to be. They don't pack everybody come outside though. They say they won't do the market. So right now me they hungry.
You know like as government they do the market?
I like as they do this thing, but I don't know what they don't just evacuate everyone like that now.
You sabi chop satana?
I sabi chop amo.
Like how many satana you fit chop?
If I say 4, I go finish 4. Only
4 satana?
Only 4. I tell you.
Like which kind of soup you use?
I go use correct melon soup.
Melon soup. Simbangasi water leaf.
Yeah, water leaf. All of the portion is
market. You like to chop satana?
Too much.
You like how
well?
Or dash you satana?
Okay. Hey.
You buy and they hot. Open na me, you know say na satana dash you.
I don't see her.
Na 4.
I don't see her. Ibabo.
I buy and dust now.
Okay. God go bless you. God go bless you.
Now 4, now 6, 9 days side.
Okay, you want to do the menu too?
You fit chop up. Carry, they go. Okay. I just buy and dust now.
No problem.
Mama can say find somebody where you go dash.
They
so as I ask you just now, you hungry, so you hungry.
No ma.
And I true you they tell me.
I didn't tell you so. Madam, no concern if soup no day.
No concern you. Enjoy. Go enjoy the satana. Go enjoy the satana.
I hear you.
Enjoy the satana.
I hear you.
People don't like that, not the money. Also, please help me.
May I help you with something?
Yes.
Where are you coming from?
I'm coming from your leg at a check on Gulf Road. You know Lily Hotel?
Where you they go?
I they go Ekenwa Road.
And you don't get transport fare?
I don't get transport fares. Even though I get mercy here, even though I never take them.
I just surprised when you come meet me. Just surprised you come meet me. See.
And I God say make I meet you, sir. Now God do am. I know say you must give me something. God will bless you. God will bless you. Your work, they will promote you more. We have been hearing of you for inside radio. And they will promote you more. God bless you.
Enjoy. I don't suffer, not be small. On per se, I get sense.
What that is no good at all. Now I make I join this business.
No, you know what this man? This is not my Chinese, that Nigerian Chinese guy. This is the only Benin man where they speak Chinese.
You see, China make parable last 2 weeks. He said, "Chao la, chao la, You know the meaning? They said they don't already buy our property finish for Nigeria. Very soon, if you know less China, you know get where you see work. Only talk to Chinese. They tell you so. What they tell you so? Very soon, we'll be a second slave to China if we not take time.
You shall talk to us how the situation of the country.
For the situation of the country, under Kuku Chinging on the hall. The more you look, the more you see, not be less again. The more you look, the more you see.
Wetin concern you concern hammer.
Objection, my lord. We'll see. We'll see. Objection. Not the objection of Aru again. Not the objection. Objection. Either you agree or you no agree. They borrow money. You say you know they. You know they. Anything concerning Nigeria, na stand that they stab her. Oga do wetin go favour you. Issue. What's on your belly that they come out to? Nigeria no you affect you at all.
Dominica Tevino Domema. Salon Praga Tevino Domema. I don't they go. Okay. How do you also know?
Bro, I don't get your number.
Man, give my number. Give my number.
You get many things. I defend you for long. I beg.
Agree to.
I beg you.
Number 0080 55 40 73 59. Help me tell Nigerians make we be our brother's keeper. Chinese.
No. No be say we no like to be our brother keeper. Unless say our gospels don't spoil. To be a brother's keeper nowadays. Your brother when you say you want be a keeper, he don't remove gospel come out for your back. So your code according to your materials, your size no dey market.
As people they watch us now, they feel say you know they okay.
Waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
We must continue to thank God for our life. I sincerely sympathize with the families of people who be said they don't die or timely deaths don't kill so many innocent Nigerians. May their soul rest in peace. However, Nigerians they call on the federal government of Nigeria. Make them sharply. Nigerians they call on the Nigerian army. Nigerians they call on the Nigerian police. Nigerians they call on all the security apparatus for Nigeria. Make them wake up, because Nigerians are not smiling because of the way things going to happen now for this our country. However, we must continue.
Waiting they happen.
Agree to. Money no they come from heaven. Do better till money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Agree to now. Mommy, how are you? Everybody they holla. Good morning. Why una block the road? Why una block? Why una block the road? Why una block the road?
Why una go block the road? Why police decided to kill our members? The one way hungry no kill. Now police come to kill them. Why una go block road? Opera they suffer, where keke they suffer. Now police they kill them now.
What happen?
Nothing happen.
Wait, una block the road, abi una park the keke?
We block the road. We need justice.
You did that what happen?
Oh, not the night it happen. But eyewitness they say see what happen.
Now police station from the commissioner of police and they come from so. I see your people that they go outside.
They go
but they say we can't really investigate the matter.
Okay.
The truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Waiting happen. The person die, be see their life.
He die.
The keke rider don't die.
Yes, sir.
Waiting happen.
Now one policeman yesterday night around 9 to 10 for Osumbolen. That keke rider, he won't go carry a wife with his family for where he is same market for Osumbolen. The man park. According to people who did deal, they said the man park. So now the policeman, they work out they come. Now he can with the leg go, you know carry motor, you know carry bike. Now leg they use. Now he can say the man park for center of road. Now the man say, How I park for center of road where barrow they pass, they pass there. Now from there, now he can tell us he make a park where. Now he say, you don't already park where. See, walk away the walkway where they there. Now from there they can change where. Now he come out the tear gas. I can spray for nose before you know the man fell down. Before people come they shout, make a come help. Before one of our brother come run go there, the man already give up before they all can go hospital. No still.
Now yeah, in for the impact with this, the Canada.
Yes.
One na chairman for na park self.
All of them go straight.
No, what this man talk so na true. I been what do you hear? What do you see?
Na true be that. Na true. And that man always they do am. They drink. I sometimes he go come here. He go enter drop. The policeman. He go enter drop. He carry reach your house for password. He carry 500 give you. If you see he talk too much, he go bring gun. Sometimes na dagger. He go say if you anyhow. Now police.
Ogida police station.
No, they say I want to.
But what the police officer can do for this side? They stay for this side.
Yes. And he used to enter our keke when he's going. So he used to enter here whenever he's going back home. So he usually trek when coming back. So I was so surprised to see the man decide to.
But the police officer, they drink?
They drink.
Our new IG said they don't want to see any police officer when they drink.
This one always they drink. Day and night. They know the Nagogoro man.
He's even drunk yesterday night.
No, we'll be say your colleague don't die now. What do you want make government do now?
We want justice.
Justice. Make them sack the police officer always justice. The dead body not go rise again.
Because
no, the dead body not go rise again.
Go rise, but we want justice from the government.
Which kind of justice?
Sometimes we dey hear public execution for this kind of matter. We no want may they put the person for sale later they will go and see him for street. We don't want it that way. Make government do the needful and warn the police say make they stop their brutality. It's no good. We don't like it. They don't treat us well, but police supposed to be our friend. But the way the police they treat masses is as if we are enemy to them. So we don't want that.
Police officers are supposed to protect life.
They're supposed to be our
But you know
friend.
the way they talk the story, how it happen.
I hear everything. I hear how it happen. Like I was saying, Nigeria police officer supposed to they protect life
and property.
Not to the destroy, not to the key. You understand? So I they beg those state government, make them, even all these officers, if not to go carry them, go find out whether most of them no go training at all.
Okay. Make we do the other flip side. Wait, make I just ask people because we don't see them say Nigerian police now they be the nearest security officer to protect us. Yes. But what do you not like for police? What they do?
Number one, the brutality and oppression. The brutality of police is too much.
If you not give the 200.
You understand? Just like yesterday when I was going to Saple Road, police blocked me close to that, what do you call, that roundabout. Yes. No, not 5 Junction. That roundabout where, for Saple Road, yes. He was saying this is, what do you call, Salah. I must settle him for Salah, saying we want to go Salah. Now tell us, what is me, I'm a Christian. I know that if I settle you, who will settle my own?
That's why you don't like police.
Not be say why. That is why I don't like police.
Your children join police?
No.
Okay. Why you not like police?
Okay.
What do you not like for police?
I know free talk say I don't like police. Police now our friend and they are there to protect life and property. What we don't like, what I don't like about them, that operation, forcing people to collect money because it's happened to me in this road by August Street Junction. When they mount their roadblock there, as I drive my keke reach there, the next thing police say, man, I give her money. I say, okay, I no get money.
If you get opportunity to join police, you join.
Okay, I know sure I go join. The way they see the police, the way they see, I know sure I go.
What do you not like for police?
Police.
What I got it. They must give her money.
Oga, you see, police they too oppress people. They know they do their work, and many of them they don't go training. They pass back, put them. Not all of them search them, sir. They are not going to training. They pass back, enter. That's why the operation is too much for the next man.
Make your child.
God forbid. Go do waiting.
Times our Nigerian police need better reform. This guy now, if I ask a question now, what do you not like about police? Just the hear what he want to talk. Police are your friend now?
No, no be nowadays. Now before. Me I dey come for somewhere like this now. Back where I be fly before I enter bus the Corning Road. I dey come for Sapele. So they first day for there in the evening. This morning they still dey there. As they say, I wear clothes, I dey dress well.
You do this guy,
one or two things.
Everything.
So I just call the notice. They can't stop my bike. So other bikes they pass where girls sit down, where women sit down. They just stop my bike, collect the bike man key. They start to search me. They say search yourself. I say, officer, see my back. Na power bank dey inside and other things. He say open now. I be the craze. All these one or two things. For Sapele for Idogbo side. Not on Idogbo. I don't forget the street. So I was like, okay. Man, no go outrash the maid. They don't go say I no talk when I make a call.
But anytime you see police, you dey fear.
Why I go fear? I no carry any exhibit or anything.
But they suspect you.
They always suspect. They try to misunderstand me. So one or two things. So we just need to just remain calm.
But you like join police?
if my friend Papa be police, I go avoid that person.
Or you join EFCC?
I not there anyone.
Or DSS?
Not all of them are one.
Or vigilante?
All of them are one.
Waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Now, a very good afternoon to you, and you're welcome to our program on television again this week, African Discourse on Independent Television. My name is Evan Sunokoge. You're welcome to the program. Well, you know that on this program we discuss issues of the continent, the African continent, and of course how we can educate ourselves as Africans and see what is really going on in the continent. We discuss political issues, economic issues, and above it all, how to reposition the continent in a better sphere. Well, today on the program African Discourse, we're going to be looking at something that has started for quite some time now, talking about the xenophobic attack in South Africa. Of course, when we talk about the xenophobic attack, it is really not related to Nigeria alone, because some persons are almost of the opinion that once we mention xenophobic attack in South Africa, then we are relating to a kind of a frosty relationship that has gone wrong between Nigeria and South Africa. It is really not like that. Now, the last episode we had, it was a situation that other nationals were being affected. Other citizens of other countries were being affected. But for the purpose of this discourse today, we're going to be looking at the latest development now, how foreign nationals, African nationals as a matter of fact, how they are beginning to repatriate their nationals. As we speak now, we understand that the Nigerian authority is also seeing how they can move Nigerians that have been affected in South Africa because of the xenophobic attack. Well, you and I know that the relationship between South Africa and Nigeria has spanned into more than 2 decades. As a matter of fact, it is on record that Nigeria played a very major role during the time of apartheid in South Africa. Well, you may want to say that that's another explanation, that's another narrative for another topic another day. But when we look at the relationship between South Africa and Nigeria, and of course when we look at the issues of xenophobia and all that between these 2 countries, there's no way we can forget in a hurry the apartheid era in South Africa, and of course the major role that Nigeria played as a country. Well, today on the program, like I said, we are looking at South Africa's xenophobic attack and affected countries, received nationals, issues on the focus. And our guest today is a big one because we have to go the extra mile to ensure we get resource personality so that when we are talking, definitely we will know what we are talking about. We have somebody that has a first-hand information. He saw some of the issues in South Africa. As a matter of fact, he's a Nigerian. He's from Edo State, and I'm so proud to say that he's from my own ethnic background. Talking about from Edo State here, from Edo North, but he's based in South Africa. As a matter of fact, he holds the South African residency as we speak now. He's Abubakar Abdulrazak Abubakar, and of course he's the Edo State Diaspora Agency Liaison Officer in South Africa. Mr. Abdulrazak, you're welcome to the program African Discourse.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Okay. Now, the issue of xenophobia, between Nigeria and South Africa has it's not the first time. I think this is about the 3rd time in an expanse of about 10-15 years. It's just that this last one that we saw really brought to the fore again what is really going on between these 2 countries. But good one to know that we understand that countries in Africa are coming together now to see how they can actually evacuate their citizens, from South Africa. But before we look at all that and also talk about some of the modalities that Nigerian government is putting to also help in that direction, let us try to take our minds back. I mean, you have a fair knowledge, a fair idea of what's really going on or what has transpired so far, what has happened in South Africa. Now, how do you think, or how do you know that we got here? I mean, looking at the whole situation, how did we get here?
Once again, thanks for having me on the show, and I'm representing the Edo State Diaspora Agency and the Director General of the Edo State Diaspora Agency.
Okay.
So it's a recurring issue. Like I said the last time, during election period, the peak to election in South Africa, things like this usually occur. And I personally feel that most of it are politically motivated. And if you listen to the State of the Nation address yesterday by the President of the Republic of South Africa, the country has a stand. And the government of South Africa distanced itself from the attack on individuals from different countries. So he said, and I'll quote him, that no citizen of South Africa has the right to stop any individual, whether foreign national, legal or illegal, on the streets and request for documentation when you're not a law enforcement agency.
Okay. You mean it's as bad as that South Africans stop other nationals and request for their documents of
yes, that's what's going on now.
Really?
Yes. So he has made it clear that nobody has the right to stop any national from other countries and a request for documentation when you are not a law enforcement agency. So they've distanced themselves, and South Africa is a country that has laws. So the institutions are really, really working. So if you have found one thing, harassing a citizen of other nationals, you face the consequences of the law.
Yeah, but let us also look at it from another side now. You know, there's a popular adage that rather than blame the hawk for attacking the chicks, you also need to blame the mother hen. I mean, for bringing out the chicks on certain day. Now, you a Nigerian or maybe any other African national, you're in South Africa, you are not documented, and you expect, you know, the average South African not to attack you?
The thing is, I don't think anybody left their country with the intention of going to another country to become illegal.
Okay.
You know, when you get the information you are given before leaving your country is very important.
Okay.
So now these guys got to South Africa and the people they meet around them didn't give them the good information, and now thereby their visa got expired.
Are you trying to suggest that at times some persons are trafficked to South Africa?
No, I just want to say it's about orientation.
Okay.
There's no orientation. Someone just called you, hey, come to South Africa. You don't even ask. What is the immigration process in that country? Is it flexible or is not flexible? You just board a plane, go to the country, and you got stuck. So South Africans are clamoring that they are suffering unemployment in their country, that their hospitals are overcrowded, that it's the foreigners that are taking their jobs. They are taking everything, so they want all illegal foreigners to go. But my issues with all the things that has been happening is that both the legal and illegal people are affected. You get their psychological impact. You see people on the road, you harass them. Before they could show you, they can show you their documents, you start beating them up. So both the legal and illegal are not safe in that sense. So I would advise anybody who wants to travel to any country in the world, not just South Africa, try to understand the immigration process in those countries before you leave your country. And I think our National Orientation Agency has a lot of work to do.
Now, what has been the level of response to this attacks? You know, talking about the Nigerian embassy in South Africa, because as you are the liaison officer, the Edo State liaison officer to the Director General of the Edo State Liaison Agency in South Africa. Now, what has been the level of response? The Nigerian, agency now responding to the situation and all that. What has been the level?
No, the Nigerian government, they are responding swiftly to this.
Okay.
As I'm speaking to you now, because I was in contact with the embassy, Nigerian embassy in Pretoria.
Yeah.
They had to extend the screening dates.
Okay.
For Nigerians who has volunteered, they're coming back. So this is done in collaboration with the South Africa agencies, the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of International Relations, just to ensure that when these people get to the airport, it will be seamless.
Okay.
Nobody will harass them, where are your documents. They're trying to process everything for them before they depart to Nigeria. They had to extend the screening date so we can have more numbers.
Okay.
As I speak to you now, 3 flights are already filled up.
Oh, 3 flights?
Based on the numbers that they have. So they are waiting for more people to come, show up who want to go back to Nigeria, and then they'll take them.
Now,
and not just that, when they get here in Nigeria, there are other agencies waiting to see how they can fit them into the system. So the government of Nigeria, they've taken a very, very loud step in this regard.
All right, we'll come to that, because this is not the first time that we are seeing that kind of returning home. I mean, we've seen it a number of times with some Libyan returnee, and it appears it only ends at the airports. I mean, they are received at the airports, and of course they are told a form of stories and all that, and you never hear from them, you know, most often time. But as of yesterday, I read that a total of about 1,000 Nigerians, you know, have been penciled down. You know, I think that they took that from major cities in Pretoria, in Johannesburg, and some other major cities, as it were. But you tell me, because from the local things now, there are indications, or there are allegations now that you know, I don't want to say it, but it appears that Nigeria seems to be one black nation that's almost any person can claim. I mean, a Togolese can claim to be a Nigerian. A Beninois can claim to be a Nigerian. A Ghanaian can claim to be a Nigerian. So what are the modalities that, take for example, your own agency, because you are working with the federal government now, what are the modalities you are putting on ground to ensure that the people you are taking in, the people you are booking flights for, the people you are making arrangements for are truly Nigerians?
I think if we'll be honest to ourselves, Nigeria has strong institutions Just as I feel us as Nigerians, we really undermine the power and the technology that we have in this country. I don't think we are in the stage whereby somebody will claim to be a Nigerian and will not be detected. I live in South Africa. I live with the only issue we have then in South Africa, when a Togolese commits crime, the people say, is this a Nigerian? But a Nigerian know who is a Nigerian. I don't think a Congolese person can go to the Nigerian embassy and say, I want to apply for passport, and you get it. No, it doesn't work that way. I have renewed my passport countless of times. Nigeria has working technologies and institutions to detect all of those things.
Now, I've lived in Lagos. You know, somehow it's almost very difficult to actually identify a Beninois. I mean, somebody from Benin Republic, because they speak Yoruba. You know, it's close to Lagos, so they speak Yoruba oftentimes. And at times, when some Beninois are talking, they are speaking, you think they are from Lagos State. So in that kind of situation, don't you think it's difficult to actually say who is a Nigerian and who is not a Nigerian?
So I'm here, I'm representing the Diaspora Agency as a liaison officer in South Africa. So what I say here is based on what happens in South Africa and the knowledge I have.
Okay.
So I haven't renewed my passport in Lagos, so I wouldn't know if people are claiming to be Nigerians in Lagos or from other countries are coming to claim Nigerian nationality, why they are not. But as far as I'm concerned, I've worked closely with the Nigerian Consul General and also the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria when I was a student president. So I can tell you first-hand information, no one person can claim to be Nigerian. Even when you come with a fake license as a Nigerian, it's detected. So Nigeria has advanced to the point that no one person can do, except those doing it here who want to allow it to happen. But we already know this person is not a Nigerian, is not a Nigerian. So from what I'm saying, my experience and what I've seen over there is practically impossible. But maybe it's possible here, I don't know. So I can't tell how it happens in Lagos.
Okay. Yeah. All right, viewers out there, in case you've just joined us, the program is African Discourse on Independent Television, and our focus this afternoon is looking at the xenophobic situation in South Africa. You may want to call it xenophobic attack, and we understand that affected countries now have started receiving their nationals, as it stands now. Yesterday, a total of about 1,000 Nigerians have been documented. Arrangements have been made that they are going to be repatriated back home to Nigeria. Not only Nigeria, we understand that other West African countries have also followed suit. Ghana has put almost about 250 Ghanaians. Then Togo has come up with about 370 Togolese. Then Republic of Benin has about 65 Beninois so far, and of course DRC has about 80 nationals, and some other countries also putting their citizens and their nationals together. All right, so I just want to let you know that you can actually watch this program live on channel 140 on Gold TV, and of course Start Times channel 130, and just as you're watching it now on the terrestrial channel 25 on the UHF band. Now Mr. Abubakar, now let us look at this issue of this xenophobic attack, because it appears that leaders, African leaders, because this is not the first time it's happening. It's about the third time in an expanse of 10-15 years. So it means that after this period now, it dies down, it may resurface again. Definitely. Now, what do you know that the African leaders, what can they do to ensure that they can actually stop this situation? Because by the Human Rights Convention of Geneva some years back, any citizen is allowed to stay anywhere in the world. I mean, that's simple of immigration and all that. So what can the African leaders do to ensure that people are not attacked, here and there under the guise of xenophobic attack?
I think in the first place, like you said, we cannot stop immigration.
Yeah.
It's something that's always going to continue to happen. But I think our leaders should, let's fix our countries.
Okay.
Yeah, when we fix your country, we have less appetite to want to travel to other countries and all. And you don't have control how people or citizens of a certain country would react or would behave. I think there was a time in Nigeria where such a thing happened. So just in Nigeria now, we outgrew
That's
the stage.
Yes.
So I'm also believing.
Do you actually agree, or the way Nigeria is now? Do you think a Ghanaian wants to come to Nigeria?
Ghanaians, they have fixed their country.
That's it.
But also we outgrew that. Do you understand? So I think South Africa is still in the stage. As time goes on, they're going to outgrow it as well. So, but we just have to fix ourselves, fix our country, so we have less appetite to want to travel to other people's country and all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let us, come back to the way, because this, as of yesterday, we had about 1,000. I know that the number is going to grow. Like you said, that they are still trying to get more persons. Now, when these Nigerians touch down at any of the airports, maybe Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport in Abuja or the other one in Lagos, now they are going to be taken to their various states. Other states here, you are so close to the government and all that. Now, what the preparation put in place to ensure that these people are received back to their, back home?
You mean in the states?
In the states, yeah.
No, of course, the governor we have is a working governor, and for him to create the diaspora agency, automatically would tell you that he has the interest of the Nigerians in diaspora at heart, and also those Nigerians that are displaced at heart. And the reason I'm here speaking to you is because of the interest of the governor. So now there been preparation. The diaspora agency has made preparations for any Edo State indigenous, because we have like 10 of them who had indicated interest to want to come. So once the final list is published, we will get those lists. And now inform the governor, we have 10 people, confirmed 10 people who are coming back to Nigeria, and then preparations will be made on how to fix them into different agencies and departments in Edo State.
Now, this is not the first time that we are hearing this kind of promise. Remember, we're coming from, I told you about the one that we had at the time with the Libyan returnee. It got so bad, and some of the returnees, they started appearing on our television programs, on our radio programs, calling into our programs. That's all that the government said. I'm not particular about Edo State, but all that some of the governments, some of the promises that some state government meant to them, they never, fulfilled them. So what is the guarantee this time that when they come back home, they're actually going to be reintegrated in a way that it will be meaningful to them?
I like that. Whatever promises other state government made to their citizens or to their indigenous that they were not fulfilled, that's for them. But for Edo State, we have Abakumiza. You get it? He does the impossible. And is a man that speaks few words and more actions. He doesn't tell you, I'll do this, I will not do it. So I also will speak less on this. When these people return, then you see what the governor will do. And then you invite me back. I say, I'll tell you. I told you, the governor doesn't speak much. You get it? So there are preparations for those people. Once they come and we identify our indigents who are displaced, I'm telling you that the governor has preparations for them, and they will be fixed in any agency that's they're qualified for. Those that needs rehabilitation will be given that. Because let's also not forget the psychological effects of all of this. I lived in South Africa. As a student, I knew the psychological effect of going out in the morning, looking at your bag, thinking, will I be attacked or I will not be attacked? You get all of those things put together are the things I think the government will look into.
Now, a while ago, you were trying to actually let us into the true situation in South Africa, because against the backdrop that we back home, we also hear so many things. I mean, so many analyses. There are the ones that says that South Africans, they don't want to work, Nigerians to do the job, and of course there are also some narrative that suggests that some Nigerians, they are into all level of criminality over there, and there's this also narrative, the one that supports the political narrative, the one you talked about the last time you came, that it is during elective period that these things happen. So which one do we really anchor this attack on?
Like I said, I will still reiterate what I said before.
Yeah.
This thing is more of, I call it more political. I'll give you an example. In Nigeria, we complain about insecurities every day. why do you think out of the blue now we're having a massive level of insecurity in Nigeria? People might call it different things. I would say they are politically motivated by oppositions. That is my view.
Politically motivated?
That is my view. Like, you have your views.
Yeah.
Because during the time, if I think back from the different presidents we had in Nigeria, when it was time for election that brought in President Muhammadu Buhari, what happened? There was a massive level of insecurity. Protests everywhere against the former president, Goodluck Jonathan. What is different between what happened then and what is happening now?
Yeah, but the level of insecurity is something that is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Because if you take, for example, the DROC, you know, the DROC, we understand that there's a high level of, you know, attacks around there, insecurity here and there. So some narratives suggest that it is the overflow of what is going on in the DRC that seems to be spreading towards the Sahel nations, of which the Sahel region, of which Nigeria is part of them.
Yeah, but what is causing the insecurity? What are the overflows?
That's what we're saying. So when you say it's politically motivated, so is it also politically motivated?
We are aware that
in other countries?
The DRC has massive, numerous resources. And there's been constant fight. We're not going to compare what's happening in DRC with what's going on in South Africa or Nigeria.
Yeah, we're talking about criminality here. So it's possible that what is going on in the criminality in the DRC may be a fight for the resources. You know, that's their own way to respond to, that's their own way of really, you know, expressing the criminality. But here is also, it's something, it is going in form of, you know, kidnapping here and there. So what we are trying to, I'm trying to look at it, when you said it is politically motivated, you know, so that we don't really say, if it is politically motivated here, is it politically motivated, you know, everywhere? I mean, it's all criminality we're talking about.
I don't leave everywhere. I just give you my analysis. I said, during a certain period, we have massive levels of insecurities in our country. And I give you an instance from Jonathan leading to now. The level of kidnapping now was exactly the same thing that was happening during Jonathan. And after the election, what happened? Everything subsided.
Oh, really?
This is my personal view, and what, as a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, this is my opinion and my view. That during the previous presidents, during elections that will usher in a new president or whatever, a massive level of insecurity will just occur. So from my own thinking, my discretion, I said, no, it's politically motivated. Because after the election, I still believe me, everything's going to go down.
Really?
Just the way it was, it happened before. So
anyway, I'm going to, you know, keep my finger on that. You said that after the election, by this time last year, we would have had a new president, we would have had another or a new president in the country. So the election would have been over. So we will now actually see whether, you know, it's going to abate or it will.
You would agree with me that during the election that brought in President Muhammad Buhari,
I don't say. Yeah, I know.
Right?
If you talk, the terrorism they are fighting in Africa today or in Nigeria started sometime around 2009. You understand? And that was the same period that. We still had Olusegun Obasanjo then, if I get my record correct. Yar'Adua came in, then 2015 Goodluck Jonathan came in and all that. So it is not actually something that you can say. For me, I don't think it's actually during political periods. I just think that the thing started at a particular time, and it's only not, it is not a Nigerian issue. It's somehow peculiar to some African nations, you know, that seems to be going through some level of terrorism, reaction, fights for natural resources. You talked about the DRC a while ago, so and that's what we're having in Nigeria.
So, which natural resources are they fighting for in Nigeria that would make?
Well, like when it started in Nigeria, it was fight for you know, who owns the land, the Fulani cattle headers, and of course the farmers. That was how it started. And the whole it became kidnapping, terrorism, and all that.
Anyway, I think my jurisdiction is to limit to what's going on in South Africa, and I bring the information to you people, and then we'll see how for you to also understand what the governments are doing about it, and I can assure you that the government, they are doing everything possible to make sure our citizens come back safely, and the Edo State government as well are doing their best to ensure that as soon as the indigenes of Edo State are identified, they are well taken care of and they'll be placed where they're supposed to be.
Okay. All right. So the program still African Discourse on Independent Television. We will quickly take a short break now, and when we return on the other side of time, we shall be looking at how the Diaspora Agency, the Edo State Diaspora Agency, how they are really doing their job. Because I know that they relate with the Nigerian Diaspora Agency, of which we have Abike Dabiri and all that. So we'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program African Discourse on Independent Television, and we are following the updates on the xenophobic attack in South Africa, whereby nations of affected nations now have started putting plans together to ensure that they repatriate their citizens, their nationals from South Africa back home. And we said it a while ago that Benin Republic is on that, Ghana is on that, and I gave the amount of nationals that these countries have put together that are going to be repatriated back home. As of yesterday, a total of 1,000 Nigerians were already written down, their names, they were already documented for them to be repatriated back home. But from what we hear is that it's a very small number. So they're going to get more of Nigerians to that. Now, the latest of it all now is Malawi. We understand that Malawians, migrants, are repatriated from South Africa, and a total number of 150 Malawians repatriated from South Africa. Amid the growing worries of xenophobic attack and all that. Now, there's what it appears Malawi is close to South Africa, because we understand that they are going to be going back home by road. It should be close to South Africa.
Yeah, most of the countries, Tanzania, most of them deported their citizens
close to South Africa. Okay. Now, but let's look at what you said a while ago, that the government in South Africa, the ANC government as led by Cyril Ramaphosa, that just only recently that he actually started the move on how to crack down on some South Africans that perpetrate this xenophobic attack against other nationals. But the question that we ask to that, Abaka, is where has Cyril Ramaphosa been all this while? I mean, we're talking about lives that have been lost, properties that have been destroyed, and like what you also said, that some affected persons may come back psychologically down because all their life savings may be gone.
Remember when this thing starts as protests, and according to law, citizens have rights to protest peacefully. So when they are protesting, expressing that this is what they want the government to do, they don't want illegal immigrants in their country and all of those stuff. Do you want the president has nothing to do about that? You get it? And most of the things you see, some of them are media propaganda. I'm not saying these things are not happening in the country, and I'm not saying that the government of South Africa has not been taking steps. They've been taking steps, like drastic steps, on how to crack down, bring down the tensions. Yeah. Remember, these are their citizens. You don't expect them to go to the street or use the law enforcement to fight the citizens. Everything has to be peaceful. And I think he has done that in the past, and he's still doing it.
Okay, let us look at, we've talked about that a while ago, the way state governors are going to react and get their citizens back, because out of the amount of Nigerians that are coming back home, Edo-lites are going to be involved. Though you try to make a case for the governor of Edo State that preparations are already on top gear to ensure that they are received and all that. But let us look at the because this is not the first time, like the experience with the Libyan returnee. You take them in, before you know it, they go back and all that. So it probably shows that what you are settling them with is not enticing enough. I mean, it's not just enough for a state government to say, okay, you are back now, I'm going to, let me give you 100,000 naira, you know. So are there structured employment opportunities that you think that this government is going to, you know, put those South African returnees into?
During the time the Libya returnee, who was the governor of the state?
We had one happened during Godwin Obaseki. Then I think we also had Adams Oshiomhole. The 8 years of Godwin Obaseki, I think we had Libyan returnees about twice or so.
So now we have Governor Bevolo.
Yeah.
That is the difference.
Really?
That's just the difference. The governor we have now is the solution. If I were an Indo-Indigene in South Africa or any place that have issues, this is the right time to even come back to Edo State.
Really?
Because you will be fixed immediately you get to this country.
You'll be fixed?
Yes. I'm telling you that the governor doesn't speak much, but you will call me back as soon as we identify the Edo State indigents on the list and they get to Nigeria, they touch down Nigeria and Edo State. You will call me back and say, Abubakar, what you said about the governor is true.
Now, some time ago, we saw some Libyan returnees protesting that they've really not been attended to, even if they did not return during this governor you are talking about now. Now, I mean, for the fact that government is continuous, one would have thought that Governor Bevolo would have attended to them. So why? I mean, why we see, despite what you're saying that the governor will fix them up, we still have such protests?
Okay, I haven't seen it, but also there are procedures and processes.
Okay.
I think if they have issues, they should go to the diaspora agency or go to any relevant agency who would now make a case for them. So as far from where I'm sitting, I haven't seen that protest, but if it has happened, they have not gone through the right process.
Okay, now we're also going to talk about your own agency, the Edo State Diaspora Agency, your relationship with the National Diaspora Agency, of which you have Abike Dabiri as the Director General. Now, what is the level of relationship in terms of you know, responding to situations like this? I mean, nationals that are stranded in other foreign countries. Now we're talking about the xenophobic attack in South Africa. What about other Nigerian nationals? I mean, they abound almost everywhere in the world. You know, how is the Nigerian Diaspora Agency responded to their plight?
You mean how NIDCOM is responding?
Yeah, responding to their plight.
To the plight.
Yeah.
Well, NIDCOM, they are doing everything within their jurisdiction. And they remember they have to work with the consulate generals or high commissions or embassies all over the world. And they work with the information they gather from the embassy to do whatever they need to do. And I'm happy that the president also is a very kind president who makes, let me use the word funds, but who makes resources available. As I speak to you now, 3 flights are filled up based on the list that they have as of today. And more numbers are coming. They had to extend just to accommodate more people who are coming. So I think there are things in place. NIDCOM is doing fantastically well. And in those diaspora agency as well, they are working in collaboration with NIDCOM. Every information we have, we also give to them. And they give us feedback from what they've been doing and what they've not been doing. Most of the information also I'm giving to you from NIDCOM as well. So there's a strong collaboration between the federal government, the state governments and all of them in this regard.
All right, so let us, you know, talk about, a while ago we talked about the African leaders, how they seem to not to be responding to this form of attack and all that. Now, we also have other agencies. Take, for example, the AU, the African, you know, Union is there. Then the ECOWAS, this really is not an ECOWAS issue, maybe because it's not, it doesn't have to do with economy and all that. But let's look at the OAU that ought to talk about the unity in Africa, the unity in the continent and all that. Because if there's actually unity on the continent, don't you think that this issue of xenophobic attack to other nationals won't be heard of in South Africa?
Like, remember, I had said that you have little control of how specific people in specific region would behave. You only have control over what you and your people would do. I think the AU also, they are doing their best from the information and what I have read as well. I think the president of Ghana made a case at the AU regarding this issue, and the AU also issued a statement condemning any attack on foreign nationals in any country that is not supposed to be. And now what you should also ask is, who will make up AU? It's still the whole countries. South Africans, they are part of the AU.
The whole continent.
The whole continent. Yeah. So you understand. So the AU can do what they can do, but they cannot force a country to go and repatriate their citizens who wants to come back. But the irony of all of this, we complain that they are killing Nigerians in South Africa, Nigerians are under attack and all of it. We have over close to 200,000 Nigerians in South Africa, if not more. How many of them has registered that they want to come back?
Yeah, because it's obvious. I mean, you ask me that question, I'll tell you, what do you think? What do you think, and what do you know that they're going to come back for?
What do I think that?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
So what?
If we have more than 200, you said 200,000.
Yes.
If we have more than 200,000,
yeah.
Okay. If we have more than 200,000 of Nigerians in South Africa, and as at yesterday we have only 1,000 out of 200,000. So the rest, 19,000 probably, they don't even want. If they see an aircraft that is parked in any South African airports, coming to Nigeria, they want to go because
it simply means they are well off. They are okay.
Yeah, not only that they are okay, they may be okay, but for the fact that there is an xenophobic attack, they are scared of that. But there's a greater fear. I mean, the fear of coming home is worse than the fear of staying back. That's what we're saying.
What is the fear? I think you should tell me, what are the fears of coming home? Because I don't know any fears of coming back to your country.
Oh, you want me to tell you?
Personally.
Do you want me to tell you the fear of coming home?
Yes, if you want to, because I feel it's still within our responsibility to fix our country the way it should be.
Now, it's probably because you don't reside here. I mean, you own a South African residency, so you just came back a few days ago, so you don't reside here. So you probably will not be the reality of what is going on in the country. Now, let me, at the risk of not trying to talk down on the country, but as we speak now, there is a disturbing level of unemployment. You want to bring Nigerians in South Africa back home. Although you have said that the governor of Edo State is going to fix them up. That's what you said on this program. Now, as we speak now, the economy is biting hard on an average Nigerian. I mean, as we speak now, the issue of minimum wage is still very much debatable. The government says that 70,000 naira. Now, most state governors, they are still battling that. You understand? Now, a liter of fuel is 1,400 naira. I mean, that has affected the general survival of Nigerians. Then you are saying that Nigerians should come back from South Africa. So don't you think for them, those other 19,000 Nigerians that don't want to return home, they are probably they rather stay with the xenophobic attack than coming home to face nothing. That's what we're saying.
I have a contrary opinion. I differ from that. Like I said,
you really differ from it because you are really not in touch with the reality. I mean, you don't reside here, but I'm just trying to let you see the truth about what is actually happening here. So those 19,000 Nigerians that they don't want to come back home, it is because there's probably nothing for them to come back for. Don't you think so?
Like I said, I beg to differ. I'm currently in Edo State, and I see the opportunities, the empowerments that are taking place everywhere in Edo State. Even if I want to take it down to the federal level, if you agree with me that the president of the country has increased the allocation of all the governors across the states. So I think it's high time we start holding our state governors accountable.
Now, Abdul Razak, we do hear all these things all the time, but what we are talking about, we're talking about how all those increments of allocation to states and all that, they are not made manifest in the reality of the average life that Nigerians live. You understand? I mean, with that, okay, even if the state governor, the Edo State governor now gives, let's say 200 Edolites, I think you said about 20 of them
About 10, 20 of them.
Okay, about 10 to 20 of them. Okay, let's say they give those 20 Edo citizens in South Africa, there's a job placement for them. Now, we're talking about the minimum wage, which is 70,000 naira. Now, they're going to be paid salary, obviously. Now, that salary will not, I mean, you cannot compare somebody that has probably been living better in South Africa to come. So if such a person comes, the person sees that he cannot survive it, he makes his way back. So that's what we're saying.
If they were living better in South Africa, it means they will live in a place where they will not be attacked.
Where they will live in a place where they will not be attacked?
Yes, because the attacks happens in the rural areas. So which means you left Nigeria to go to another country to stay in the village.
Yeah, but we're talking about a country that probably has a better economy. I mean, South Africa does not have a rural economy. The economy in South Africa is general. I mean, the economy in Johannesburg is probably the same economy in one Ashanti village in South Africa. That's what we're saying.
I think you people underestimate the economy of Nigeria, and we downplay the efforts of the president a lot in this country, because we think the grass is greener on the other side, and even the greener grass is very expensive to maintain most of the time. So from where I'm standing, I feel if you're tired of living outside, come back home. Let us fix our country. That is simple as that. Ghana, we complained of Ghana, isn't it? You were talking about Ghana initially.
Yeah.
Are Ghanaians traveling the way they used to travel? No. So let's stop the talking and let's start doing what we have to do and support the administrations with our skills and expertise for it to be better. That's what I see.
All right, so if we're going to stop the talking now and start doing what we need to do, what do you think we should, where should we start from? As a nation, where do we start from? I mean, you have residency of South Africa in terms of advancement, technological advancement, economy-wise and all that. I think South Africa may be better than Nigeria somehow. So what do you think, what kind of leadership model is being used in South Africa that Nigerian leadership needs to learn from?
I don't think there's something Nigerian leadership needs to learn. We should understand the population of this country. South African population is not matched to the Nigerian population. So the people that they are catering for is also not matched with what we are catering for. Do you get it? So the battles are different. So I don't think we should make comparison in that sense. There's nothing to learn. I just think what we need to do as human beings, we should be selfless. When the leaders are selfless, things will go round and will be better for everybody. That's just it. It's just selflessness.
Anyway, we will anchor this program here today so that we can make preparation for another time. That's going to be next week, Monday, on the program African Discourse. And I want to say a very big thank you to you, Abdul Razak Abakar, for coming on the program today. And Abdul Razak Abakar is the Edo State Diaspora Agency Liaison Officer in South Africa. And she came this afternoon on the program to represent the Director General, Edo State Liaison Officer. That's Mrs. Loretta Ugo, if I get that incorrectly now. Yeah, so she couldn't make it on the program today. And we'll be talking about the South Africa xenophobic attack and how countries all over the world they are affected and how they are making plans to repatriate their nationals back home. The latest of it all now that we just read a while ago is Malawi, of which about a total of 150 Malawians they're going to be going back to Malawi via transport. But as at yesterday, we heard that by NIPCON now that a total of 1,000 Nigerians have been put together and they're going to be repatriated back home. But just as the Edo State Liaison Officer said to South Africa, he said that that number is too few. So they have to extend the time. I think that is going to take almost the whole of this week now. Almost the whole of this week.
Until the 10th of...
The 10th of June.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll have about 2 more days before they can start repatriating Nigerians back home. All right. So we'll leave the discussion here today, and next week Monday, by the special grace of God, It's going to be another time on the program African Discourse. My name is Evan Sunokogi. Good afternoon.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers round their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalokpolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom were showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NABVID. NABVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is meant to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent because we've gone more than a decade and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to settle around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I'd like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable, in developed societies, if when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated, has started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to
as nonsense.
27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
He's a fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959 at the Western House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them, except they do a little bit of history, may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away from
our curriculum. Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was a clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where MKO Abiola, Moshood Kasimu Olayiwola Abiola, was elected by an election that are then adjudged to be the freest and fairest election that was organized, where he won, had a landslide victory on the way to become the Third Republic president on the 12th of June 1993. Unfortunately, that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the western region, continued to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the Western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not, no, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election and that he declared as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day. And instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect, this is popularly accepted, to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or parent elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses of assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whosoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26 years old Auntie Onaru moved for the independence of Nigeria. Yes. And I'm wondering where our current 26 years old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Onaru had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, a 27-year-old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him. And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. There's the issue of democratic inclusion. Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government, where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system that is aimed at bringing everyone on board, and to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability. I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I lead, NAVID, or Network for the Advancement of People with Disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way, and the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. By what margin, what was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate? We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election. And so I wouldn't really say that we have, as a constituency, that we are
in the minority.
Of course, if in any case we say that we are the largest minority, that is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But the point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before, even the youth. Certain things were considered for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, NAVID, Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break, and we'll be right back. It's still Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went on that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at a time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no brave ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to prefer solution. That's where the Brave Ballot Guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there will be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Brave Ballot Guide. And Brave Ballot Guide is a system by which visually impaired and blind voters can access the ballot independently and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I have always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials meant for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVRO, Continuous Voters Registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disabilities type and stated in the form, so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability, and on election day, seamlessly you'll be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem, and I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem. Even though we know nationally they do have their challenge, but I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that yes, it's fine that we had this problem 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was it was used nationally, and given the obstacles election, if in the obstacles election, organizing an election for a state like Edo, Ondo, and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system. I wonder what will happen, what happens in general elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. I would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process, because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 has asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course, the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say,
but they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course, of course.
Government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for them?
Women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be, 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course we have, perhaps not serve a la carte, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youth. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
sorry for cutting
that of the
without mentioning any political party. I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. that is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form and I do not have, and we are contesting for the same place. You have paid for the form and I've given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest and the one that paid for it. Until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat, then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have our constitution amended, to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies.
Like in Uganda, for instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and in Iraq, for instance, I know very well, which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage, right? That is an Islamic country, and so we see that everywhere that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have, but at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issues. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent, and our issues should be so serious. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualifications that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering?
I hope you know what I'm saying.
Are you considering contesting for any elected position? Because I know you are more than qualified, more than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment.
Yes.
We'll see what the future holds. But
because I'm preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change and our democracy, our electoral process have such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, there's a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the Executive Director, Navid Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Abandonment of wife and children remains a growing concern in our Nigerian society. We're looking at the social, legal concerns, and outside the emotional trauma it comes with, the financial burden, the other challenges that could be associated with it. How can we resolve this, tackling it headlong? We started with a part 1 series last week, and we promised that we're going to be bringing you a part 2 of wife abandonment alongside the children. And basically we look at this and how we can tackle this headlong. And all of this has been an issue that many homes are suffering today. What is the responsibility of the husband, father in a home? And if the husband or father leaves the home, abandoning the responsibilities, what could be the consequence? Well, looking at the part 2 series, I still have the legal luminary with me, Emmanuel Obapolo. Big thanks for still being here.
It's a pleasure being here.
My name is Philip Omo Gyupo. Well, we interrogate this looking at the ADRO Because I understand the fact that there could be other ways, mechanisms that we can seek help in tackling the challenges that the wife and children could be faced with as a result of the abandonment by the husband, okay? So how can we appropriate a definition of ADRO as it relates to this?
Okay, ADR simply means alternative dispute resolution. By its meaning, literally, it means that it is another form of dispute, of resolving dispute without necessarily going through the traditional courtroom system. That's just what ADR means. Some persons could best describe it as settlement between parties or amongst parties without the traditional courtroom system. That is ADR.
Okay,
and the court does encourage ADR.
Okay, we understand that basically for us to kickstart resolution, it's not really always a common practice for sufferers or victims to head to the court. But again, how effective is this ADRO?
ADR is very effective, and it helps or assists to lessen the burden on the courts. ADR, just now, like I did say from the outset, that the court does encourage alternative dispute resolution to matters that are even pending in courts, where the court encourage the parties to go and resolve themselves or resolve whatever is the issue or issues between them or amongst them. And by so doing, most times the matter is resolved, they come back to court for court to give it a consent judgment in most times. So the ADR is very necessary just now, particularly in the 21st century that we find ourselves or that we are living in just now. I think ADR is a better means of resolving matter, because by the time the party themselves and whoever is the middleman that resolve the matter come to an amicable settlement or amicable resolution of whatever has been the issue or issues between or amongst them, I think it is better for them, and it promotes unity, it promotes friendship, and it promotes goodness amongst the persons.
What institutions constitute ADRO channels?
Well, ADR, we have types of ADR. One, we have what is called negotiation. Negotiation is a process where the parties themselves, without necessarily involving a third party,
like the husband and the wife,
a mediator,
okay,
as the case may be, they resolve themselves in an amicable manner, and where they think they want to make it a binding document with respect to the negotiation that they've arrived at, they cannot seek for an expert, and that by so doing will lead to another type of alternative dispute resolution, which is known as expert determination. The expert is a person who is a professional in a particular field or profession or career, and that expert will guide the parties to an amicable resolution, wherein upon the resolution of whatever is the issue between them, it will now reduce it to writing, and it will have a binding force between or amongst the parties.
Okay, but I understand the fact that if we look at it, the ADRO channel in resolving disputes that has to do with abandonment of wife and children, we may be having some constraints. Some have already critiqued that if the judgment or if the decisions taken at that level could be binding enough that one can also use for litigation, peradventure that channel fails. So how binding is such decisions?
Most times, ADR is binding between or amongst the parties when it is reduced into writing. and the parties themselves agree to whatever resolution they have arrived at, is binding on them. If a party violates the resolution that has been reached between or amongst them, that document cannot be filed in court so that it will have a binding force by the court.
We have dispute resolutions like within the families, for instance, where the extended family can come in and resolve. How effective is that?
Well, it is effective because that is the traditional way of settling matters or issues amongst parties, as the case may be. And before now, families, where it has to do with matrimonial matters, whether it is marriage under the Act or marriage under the native law and custom, we have seen how families were able to resolve the parties. And it becomes binding because where the family told the line of truth and justice,
exactly.
They will arrive at an amicable settlement of whatever is the resolution between or amongst the parties. But where there is an atom or a concern of bias, that is where you begin to find out that the parties will begin to frown at whatever resolution they have arrived at. Even in court judgment, there are situations where because the court is not a magician, the court is not where the parties have been. The court is not privy to whatever has been the issue between the parties. It is what the parties bring to court that the court will now look at and evaluate and arrive at whatever decision the court arrives at. And we've seen where people will say, oh, this court judgment, I am not in agreement with it. And that is why the law, particularly the Constitution, provide for an alternative route, which is for the person to go upstairs, and we'll see appeals and counter appeals. And even just now, we have seen, particularly in election petition matters, even when the Supreme Court arrive at the judgment, people still frown at it. The parties, their well-wishers and privies and surrogates, they begin to talk about it. But the good thing is that you don't have any other place to go but to go to the court of public opinion. It becomes mere opinion and not a binding force.
Well, we're looking at this, but let's look at where some spouses could be dominant. While we could have some spouses that may not be dominant, where you just made mention of it that there could be situations that will bring about bias, in all of this. Now, what can you say is the most effective way to resolve issues under this branch of abandonment of wife and children, looking at the ADR?
Most importantly, to my mind, I think the best way, alternative to resolving matrimonial matters, captured, be it abandonment of wife and children, be it abandonment of husband and children, whichever form or manner it takes, I think the traditional way of resolution of issues between or amongst parties should be the appropriate way. And
but some have found at it.
Yes.
Some have said that some families could be biased and take side with the man, for instance, because if you look at the traditional setting in Africa, the man seems to always have his way in everything. And he's seen as the head of the home, and he's seen as someone who can never do wrong, even though there are skirmishes or features of him, going against the rules that binds the relationship. So in that case, don't you see some gaps that could be closed?
When we talk of marriage now, we are looking at the two types of marriage or marriages that we have. One, marriage under the Act. Two, marriage under the native law and custom. And if you look at the traditional way of resolution of issues amongst parties, most times it favors marriage under native law and custom. And that is why those who have advocated for resolution of matrimonial matters have advocated that most times it should be resolution. The alternative dispute resolution favors more importantly marriage under native law and custom. And by so doing, it is also in public domain that the resolution of marriage under native law and custom seem to favor the man more than the woman. And why is because most times the woman may be asked to refund the bride price paid on her head by the man. And when that is done, it is deemed that that marriage has died a natural death, or that marriage can no longer exist between the parties. But nobody seems to ask the question of what next? What compensation should also be given to the woman? Well, all toes towards a direction. And that direction, to my mind, seems to be that Africa is a man's world. But when you look at marriage under the arts, and marriage under the arts seem also to favor the woman, because even upon the issuance of the certificate, particularly where the marriage is conducted in the church, and I've also witnessed marriages under the arts in a ministry of what do you call this ministry now? Interior. Okay. Is it Ministry of Interior? Yes, correct. Ministry of Interior. I've witnessed some of them. Even the issuance of the certificate is to the woman. She's given to keep the certificate. What that simply means is that the certificate is her property. You get it? And the certificate also is a license for her protection. So, we're saying, anytime that there is...
So the certificate is a weapon of defense?
Yes, for our protection.
Okay.
So when there is, maybe that's why in some situations where there is crisis between the parties, you see the woman talking louder because she seems to have the weapon of protection in her custody.
Under the statutory acts.
Under the marriage, under the acts, or what is called, also called statutory marriage. So you cannot say that there is a divide. Marriage under the act seems to favor the woman. Marriage under native law and custom seems to favor the man. Then where we have a situation where both parties contract marriage under the act and marriage under native law and custom, we have made to understand that the marriage under the act seems to swallow the marriage under native law and custom. And that is why in such situation where there is dispute and they choose to go to court, the court now has jurisdiction over that matter, and the question of marriage under native law and custom will not arise. So dispute resolution, the court can now look at it and see how, based on the facts before the court, evaluate same and come up with an appropriate or a proper judgment.
Okay. We'll take a short break this day. Good to have you join us once more. The program is Law and You, and I am Philip Omo-Gupon. I still have the legal practitioner with me, Emmanuel Obakpolo. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Well, let's look at another aspect where it could be considered in the direction of the welfare of the children, for instance, and taking a child outside wedlock. Can we say such a child can also enjoy such proportionate support from the laws?
Yes, it depends. It is yes, and it is also no. Now, marriage contracted under the Act, where the child is gotten before that marriage, what the man needs to do is what the law refers to as acknowledgement. He needs to acknowledge that child to his spouse and family members. And where he doesn't, such child could be deemed illegitimate. But in our setting, particularly the African atmosphere, no child is illegitimate. No child. Particularly where a man, after contracting marriage under the Act or statutory marriage, and goes outside to carry out what I call
extramarital.
No, what I call satellite campuses, and have other children. The question now will be, will those children be legitimate children?
Would they enjoy the rights?
Would they enjoy such rights? The answer also is a yes and a no. But the man must have acknowledged those children in the presence of members of his family.
So acknowledgement is the basis for giving them that right, for them to be endowed with.
Yes, is the qualification.
Otherwise, they won't be endowed.
They remain whoever they are.
Yes. But you said under the African setting, for instance,
no child is illegitimate. And by virtue of the provision of Section 42,
but shouldn't that be also the way forward? Because if we have to look at reforms in the direction of giving rights to children, it isn't the blame wouldn't be on the child if the father refuses to acknowledge. And so by virtue of that, shouldn't there be reforms in our laws where, whether by acknowledgement or not, as long as a child is born and is determined to see that the child is the father is the biological father of such a child, shouldn't that be the way forward for reforms?
The question
so that the child can enjoy the rights, whether being acknowledged or not.
The question would be, how do you determine whether the child is the biological child of that person, particularly where the person is deceased?
DNA test, of course, we have that.
You see the process. However, Section 42, subsection 2 of the extant Nigerian Constitution prohibits the illegitimacy of any person.
Exactly.
Of any person. You cannot, by his state of birth or statute, now determine the legitimacy or illegitimacy of
or deny the child of
his rights. You cannot by that. But you know,
so we have such laws. Is that
yes, Section 42, subsection 2. It guarantees the safety of that child.
So in a situation where a father, for instance, denies such a child acknowledgement, can that child exercise such litigation in court?
Yes, and it is going to be.
Can that child exercise such right?
That child can. But you know the process that the child is going to go through, because there's going to be a lot of hurdles for him to cross, particularly where the people begin to ask so many questions. Who are you? Where did you come from? Who is your mother? Where is your mother? How did you get to know so and so is your father? Okay, if that is the case, let us go and do DNA test. And you know that process must first be completed, must first be determined before you cannot say, okay, is a legitimate child of our brother.
Okay, but
so that a stranger will not come and claim legitimacy where he ought not to belong to that family.
Okay, are you bringing a consideration where the man could be deceased?
Yes, that's where the man is deceased.
Otherwise, if the man is not deceased,
is not deceased,
it's just a wrong DNA test.
Yes,
if he denies it.
It is even the paternity question of that child will be from the man and not from anyone else. Then where the paternity question, where the man is deceased, the paternity question will now come from members of the family and probably the wife. And you know the woman must ask that question.
But when we have a challenge where the man refuses to acknowledge or recognize that the child, he is the legitimate father of such a child, what happens?
Thank God for science. DNA will solve the question. That the question of the legitimacy of that child or the paternity.
Is the man bound by any obligation to surrender himself for a DNA? Doesn't he have the right?
He's bound by
Doesn't he have the right
he must
to refuse?
As long as the child says, "You are my father," and the child gives reasons that will bring the question of who owns this child from the evidence presented by the child, the man is bound to subject himself.
How? How is he bound? By the virtue of the fact that
the DNA says
the so-called son is saying that he is the father?
Yes.
Peradventure now denies. I said he's not. I'm not your father.
How can he?
So what could happen to make the man to be bound by the act? I am surrender himself for a paternity test.
The child could go to court.
Exactly.
Constitute an action in court against the supposed father. And the court will grant his request for a paternity test, that the man should subject himself to DNA test to determine the paternity of the child. He has that right.
I said that to say this because most times we have such strong-headed men that will say whether no matter whose ox is God, they will want to go through that test because probably they know themselves that they must have committed one act or the other that brought about such incidents, you know. But going forward, what could be the reforms? Like a challenge where some have raised, a question that was raised. If the woman, for instance, suffers neglect emotionally, could the court also address that aspect where compensations can be made for the woman who was neglected by the spouse, even though after the remedy has been done, comes in and takes care of the financial obligation? But what about the emotional neglect? Can such a woman seek redress in court in that direction?
Yes. Like I did say, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Acts provide for that. I know that could be that is criminal. It means that the man is going to go through a criminal trial
for a man to leave his wife.
Yes.
For allowing her to go through such emotional trauma.
Yes.
The man could be charged for it.
Yes. And
not abandoning financially or the financial burden, no. Just emotional, as in abandoning her, not even sleeping with her.
Emotionally. The woman
can a man be charged to court for that?
Yes, he can be charged. It's an abandonment. He can be charged. If you know that you just keep her and you don't want it, what you need to do, you file for divorce. You file for divorce.
So it's the responsibility of the man to play his role
as a responsible father.
Otherwise, if he fails to play his role, the woman can sue.
Yes, as a responsible father or a responsible husband, you need to do the need.
What if the man says he's not in the mood?
It's not in the mood. Then file for divorce.
Never in the mood to be close to the woman.
Then file for divorce, and not to just keep her and abandon her. And probably, and you know, in such situation where emotionally you abandon the other spouse, then the possibility of abandoning her financially is also there. Is that it must be tied to it. Every form of responsibility that you ought to take with respect to the spouse, you withdraw them and neglect the spouse.
We've seen men. You know, we can't place a number on it, but let's say majority or 50% of men, or less than that, anyways, that go about on extramarital relationships, even when they know that they are married to the woman legally under the act. What does the law have to say in such situations where men, you know, go denigrate their marriage vows and go into extramarital relationships, affairs? Does the law frown at such?
Frowns at it, and it's clear, very, very clear. The only thing is that if the woman does not cry out, who knows? Who will hear it? So not until
it takes the woman to cry
out. And by crying out,
and show evidence.
Yes, by crying out
that the husband has a side chick. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Not another woman in put in a matrimonial will. we're looking at just a side chick. There's no
satellite campus.
Of course, yes. So which means the man can't do that.
Yes, the woman can.
The law frowns against the man to have extramarital relationship. Wow.
That is bigamy. It's the offense of bigamy. So the woman can institute an action against the man.
What could be the
find? Then we know in our setting, just like I did say, that this African atmosphere favors the man, so it presents a man's world. But then the law has made provisions for remedy to cushion such steps taken by the man.
It's left for the women to take actions on these laws.
But the question again is, how many of them have that orientation?
Oh, but exactly why the program is here.
Yes.
Exactly why we have such a program, to give them such orientation and let them know their right. But if you know your right as a citizen, as a woman, then it equips you to defend yourself legally.
But you know,
looking at the challenges you are facing in your matrimonial home.
But you know, some persons could even look at programs like this and say, let me put it in our local parlance. Don't mind them, they just want to spare marriages. You hear people waiting that they talk there now, just now. Some persons could particularly the men folk, will frown at that and say, what are they talking about? Don't mind them, they are jobless people. What is law? You understand? But most women are going through hell, even in their matrimonial home.
All right.
Maybe because they don't have the orientation. 1. 2, maybe because their family background. 3, maybe because they just want to keep the marriage at all costs.
Thank you. Thank you, Emmanuel Obapolo. Thank you so much. I'm afraid there's much we can take on today's episode. Well, this is just to equip you with the laws as a weapon that you have, as your rights, that any situation you find yourself that seems to be unfavorable in your matrimony, you equip yourself with these opportunities given by the law to seek redress in court and make sure that you get justice. We have various institutions, under the ADRO. We also have the court, under the Statutory Act, that can also help to marshal such, considerations in order for you to get justice. So if you have any challenges, it's just for you to approach the court, and then that can be done. But before we go, how can such a process be started in 30 seconds?
If it is under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act or the Criminal Code or Penal Code, as the case may be, is to report the matter to the police.
Okay.
And the police investigate and charge.
Or you get a lawyer. When can a lawyer come in?
A lawyer is when you want to institute the matter in court under Civil Matrimonial Causes Act, under matrimonial causes. So you approach a lawyer who will now help to institute the matter in court.
All right, thank you. This is a very huge topic and very sensitive at that. We will continue to interrogate it to make sure that you get justice in this direction. I am Philip Omo Yupon. We'll see you on the next episode. Bye for now.
RTV, certainly the best.
Viewers, Again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television. Today again, we have another very interesting topic to discuss, as usual. And to take the better topic, I have with me in the studio our regular participants. I have close to me Mr. Sani Abdulatif. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
And Malam Muzdin Asumbi. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We have just finished the Eid al-Adha festival, the festival of sacrifice. While the Muslims who attended the Hajj, of course, by now, get ready to return. So let us look at the period we are, at the lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. Let me start with you, Mr. Sani Abdulatif. We have just completed the Eid al-Adha festival, the festival of sacrifice. What is it all about? What are the lessons you can learn after the festivities?
Alhamdulillah, we give praise to Allah and we beseech for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The lessons from the festival of the sacrifice, they are numerous, we can say, but basically, on one hand, it is to it is one of the ways Allah magnifies the matter of the religion to the peak. Yeah, in the sense that in life, man tends to want to have some time for fun. So Allah Himself equally made having fun part of the worship. Because when the Prophet ﷺ came to Medina and he met the people that they had 2 days, they made amusement. He asked what were these days. When they told him, he said, Allah has replaced these 2 days with 2 days, which is the Eid al-Fitr and the Eid al-Adha. In this occasion, it has happened that when Abu Bakr came in and met the Prophet ﷺ lying in his room, he met some 2 girls that were beating some what you call containers as a way of producing amusement. So and he said, no, you can't do this in the presence of the Prophet because this is music. How can you be doing music in the presence of Islam? And the Prophet turned and said, Abu Bakr, leave them alone. Today is our Eid. So it's a time Allah wants us to have what you could call a little recreation. That it's not all about work. This is recreation, a recreation whereby you also seek to obey Allah by the fun and the amusement you're having. That is the reason when Allah commanded about the Eid, He said, وَلِتُكَبِّرُوا اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ, so that you can magnify Allah for having guided you to the right path. وَلَعَلَّكُمْ تَشْكُرُونَ, so that also you can be grateful. So it's actually a celebration of Allah's guidance. It's a celebration of faith, a celebration of obedience to Allah, a celebration of the virtues of Islam, as a contrast to the vices and the evils that society has, has been known with. To say that it is goodness that has to be promoted, it is faith that has to be promoted, it is obedience to God that has to be promoted. That's why when you are celebrating the Eid, you are not allowed to drink alcohol. You are not allowed to say you're going to have women around you with whom you are not married legally. Just make it. Okay? You can't just, engage yourself in the name of it's amusement, it's fun, it's a celebration. You can just do anything. No, everything is still within, obedience to Allah. Even the meat that you slaughter, that you say that's the peak of the fun. Everybody wants to eat something from the ram, the cattle, the camel, whichever of them that we have slaughtered. Allah is saying, لَا يَنَالَ اللَّهَ لُحُومُهَا وَلَا دِمَاؤُهَا وَلَكِنْ يَنَالُهُ التَّقْوَى مِنكُمْ. It is not the meat, not the blood that Allah is interested in. It is the piety of your heart, the purity, that reverence for Allah that you have in your heart for doing this sacrifice. This is what Allah is interested in.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are still on the topic, lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. So it's a celebration, and of course, celebration is allowed in Islam, not just walk every now and then. I'm coming to you now, Now, unfortunately, we have news that is viral about the kidnap of some pupils from some schools. And within this festive period, this is still ongoing. Insecurity. We are talking of obedience to God. We are talking of celebration and study. What can you say about this?
Well, thank you. In the very first instance, the Eid Adha is simply an amplification of one's submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There had been a fructifying relationship between Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam and his Lord, and that got deepened by that which ultimately led to the legislation that an animal be sacrificed on the 10th day of Zul Hajj. Whereas, like my brother had described, it is fun, it is called celebration, it is one that goes beyond just celebration, because beyond the celebration, it is quantified by a spiritual consciousness that translates it into an imperative of action. And once that consciousness is there, the act of barbarism that you speak about, which characterizes the forceful taking of someone, or whatever the individual has, for whatever reason, to tyrannize an individual, to browbeat individuals to do what they ordinarily would not have wanted to do, are a direct reflection of the absence of this relationship which was supposed to have been developed, that was there between Ibrahim alayhi and his maker. And so when you find an individual who does this, it tells you by how much he is luxated from the essence of being. Because it will take one who has a fructifying, a relationship with its maker, to become appreciative of what you refer to as the otherness. In other words, the individual would not bring pains where he is not able, for example, to ameliorate a situation that would ordinarily have brought pain. He will do nothing to accentuate the tenuity of that individual snapping out of such a situation. And so when you forcefully take people for whatever reason, there can be no justificatory basis for doing that, but whatever reason you think you have is the most heinous crime that an individual can commit. But that it has happened, and there is an attitude, unfortunately, of insouciance on the part of those who in the very first place should have made it not to happen, but who are still on sabbatical in spite of the fact that it had happened, becoming indifferent, supercilious towards the harrowing experience those who have been in captivity are going through, tells you by how much we have missed what the lesson we are supposed to derive from Ibrahim alayhi's experience with his maker, which culminated in the instruction that you sacrifice a ram.
Let me come to you again, sir, when I've been at peace. We're talking of sacrifice. And is there any reward for sacrifice? Can you please tell us this about the reward you get in this period starting from passing on Arafat Day, which are passed, then the sacrifice of animal itself, and the what we get for the submission of the animal. Now, link it up with paradise. How does paradise look like? People like to go abroad. Some will sell their cars, they do their food on dinner fashion.
Now, the Hajj, the Eid, and everything that are prescribed for us to do within they are happening at the, including the horrible, unleashing of terror on innocent persons somewhere, anywhere. This is sacrament that even, the Muslims who are combatants are not allowed to initiate a war. So you now talk about people going, stooping so low to say that they are now taking to hostage, so to say, innocent teenagers. For what reason? We told us. Now, so the reward for sacrifice, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts it simple. It is Jannah. It is paradise. The one who goes on Hajj and performs the rites correctly, the way they were supposed to do, what we refer to as Hajj Mabrur, the virtuous Hajj. The Prophet ﷺ said it has no reward than paradise. The one who comes back from Hajj, the Prophet ﷺ says, when they have done this Hajj correctly, they return to their home like the day their mother gave back to them. It's a cleansing time. It's a time where a person, removes himself from sin. The Prophet ﷺ says, there is no day that Allah emancipates people from the fire with such a great number as the day of Arafah. The day of Arafah, the Prophet ﷺ says, anyone who observes the fast of the day of Arafah, the sin of a year before and the year ahead will be forgiven to this person. So, it's a time to maximize gains. The Prophet ﷺ says in the first 10 days of the Hijjah, any good deed anybody does attracts such a reward that is not attracted by any good deed you do outside outside this time within the whole year. To the extent he was asked, not even the jihad, he said not even jihad. Unless for a man who goes with his life and his property and never came back with anything. Sacrifice is the price most of the time that has to be paid for what you consider to be unbelievable to be turned around. If you say you want to, for example, turn Nigeria around for the people to experience what we call a breath of fresh air, at least, return Nigeria to something better. It's going to take a lot of sacrifice from us. We have to pay a price. And the price we simply will need to pay is to say, Allah is our Lord. So that everybody should conduct themselves in a way and manner that the way I would not like to be treated, I shouldn't treat another person that way. Politics is all over the place. All our activities are, they are painted. They are dyed with the dye of political affiliation. How do you place matters? Do you do anything for God's sake at all? Or everything has to be done with a political interest behind in the mind? That if you don't allow, then you're going to be, pushed away, you're going to be thrown to the ground. There has to be this consciousness that we are all human. We are all children of Adam. Going to be in the grave after our death. None of these things we are going to take with us. Why will you, take pleasure in having some people suffer while you enjoy whatever it is that maybe was supposed to be shared between you and them? It becomes sacrifice. a person consciously, deliberately decided that I am going to deny myself what does not belong to me.
Malam Nuruddin Asunuga, I'm coming straight to you. We are looking at lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. And Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam had a great role to play. Same thing as Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam. The place to go is paradise, and the place to avoid is hellfire. Can you please, I want you to preach to the viewers on the importance of the period we are and the need to seek paradise and avoid the hellfire at all costs. Lessons from Eid al-Adha festival.
Yeah, whereas for the ordinary person, when you do what Allah had asked you to do, the desire would mean to please Him and to earn paradise.
No.
When you stay away, of course, is to escape the punishment of hell. Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam didn't relate with Allah on the basis of this, because that would have been transactional. He related with Allah on the basis of the fact that whether paradise existed or didn't exist, Allah was deserving to be worshipped.
Allahu Akbar.
In other words, the sacrifice made by Ibrahim was that there was an object he had identified, and that object was Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the fixation of the value that was placed on that object directly was responsible for the amount of investment that was made. It was an object for which Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam had absolute trust. For us who are aspirants wanting to become Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, who are struggling to become his mentees, what we're supposed to do was to become Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam incarnate, without necessarily relating with Allah in a manner that is transactional. Allah ordinarily is a gravitational force. Whether you willingly move in his direction or not, he pulls you in his direction. Except that you only get rewarded to the extent to which your action was volitional. And so we tell people that everything you find is ephemeral, transient, fleet-footing. And so why would you desire, become so desperate about what is transient? I have found people, Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam didn't do this, who practiced Theodism on the basis of wanting to gratify their hoggish proclivities. Mr. A occupies a position of authority today. They are laudatory in their praises of Mr. A. Mr. A leaves that position, they become condemnatory and praise the one who is there. But because whoever occupies a position that is mundane always get impregnated by the spirit of imbecility. And so you can't have the capacity for reflection to say, oh, he had said this of my predecessor, and now he's saying this of him and eulogizing me. What would he say when I'm gone? And in any case, if you outsource your validation, you run into serious problem. If I occupy a position of authority and I'm doing what is right, my conscience will tell me that I'm doing what is right. So I don't need any one person to say, hey, excellency. And what is excellent about you in the very first place? Because these are attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala which no man shares. Wow. Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam appreciated this. But today, because of what we would eat, and the Prophet tells us that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, for as long as the heavens, whatever remains, my resources will never deplete. They will not diminish. And I will continue to give to you. And what I give, even 1 trillion of that, will never operate to reduce. So nothing operates to miniaturize the powers that Allah has, the capacity that he has to deal with us, his creature. But the fact of the matter is that unlike Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, who believed, we are struggling to believe. We pretend to have believed. That is the biggest problem that we have, for which we are still in the quagmire that we find ourselves today.
Thank you very much. We are looking at lessons from Eid al-Adha festival. I'm coming straight to you again. We'll start Saleh Abdul Hafiz. Tell us about paradise. The reward of Hajj Mabrur, well-performed Hajj, is paradise. In fact, most of our deeds to please Almighty Allah to earn paradise. But Ibrahim alayhi salam, as we have been told, he was not transactional. He believed Allah was worthy of being worshipped. Whether there is paradise to go or not, Allah deserves to be worshipped, to be praised. And so, for those of us who obey Allah on condition that we want to tell us about paradise, let people know that it's better to, some, as I was saying before, some will sell their cars and get a lot of money to be able to get a trip abroad where they say they are going for greener pasture. Let people know that the greenest pastures are in paradise.
Now, Allah placed paradise as his own appreciation of the demonstration of obedience by his servants to him. Because it's born out of faith. It's only because you have believed in Allah. That is why you are told, oh, Allah commanded this and commanded that, and you say, oh, I hear and I shall obey. The people of Medina, when they took the pledge of Aqaba with the Prophet ﷺ, the question they asked the Prophet was, as we are going to give you, accommodation, reception in Medina, what's going to be our own gain? What are we going to be paid? He said, you're going to have paradise. And they said that was okay.
In fact, more than okay.
Yes, it was more than okay. You know, the belief in paradise is a belief in, what this world has never produced of pleasures, comfort, convenience, satisfaction. That is paradise. As the Prophet ﷺ put it, what no eye has seen, no ear has heard, no heart has contemplated. That is what Allah has prepared for the people in paradise. To tell you that whatever stress you are going to go through, to be faithful and to be obedient to Allah, forget about what you suffer. The Prophet ﷺ, made a metaphor of that when he said, if the one who suffered the most in this world were to be placed in paradise just for a moment and brought out, and you ask him, have you ever suffered? The response is going to be never.
Because he has tasted paradise.
Just for a moment. Taste for a moment. And the one who has got the best of what the world has to offer, of comfort and satisfaction, if you were to place them in the fire for a moment and bring them out and ask them, have you ever enjoyed? They will say, we have never tasted enjoyment. The Prophet ﷺ, he gave the idea of paradise that if the world and everything it contains were to be of the value of the wing of a mosquito, no disbeliever in God would have tasted it. So that whatever you think you have, it's just a fleeting, enjoyment, possession, provision that soon it's going to be no more. So that paradise is a place to long for. It is Allah's appreciation of your servitude.
So as we round off, please, the hellfire will hear, but can you please tell the viewers what it means?
Well, hellfire,
as we round off,
an average Nigerian will tell you that, well, he's already having a feel of what hellfire is, but that is absolutely not it. I want to say that Ibrahim ﷺ was thrown into hell, and Allah caused fire to work against its nature when he said, be a source of coolness for Ibrahim. Hell is supposed to burn, but did not burn Ibrahim. For those who occupy position of leadership, let us say this most frankly, without wanting to sound vituperative. Hellfire would observe its true nature. Because if you are a leader, a 9-month-old baby is been in the bush for over 3 weeks, and you are still able to sleep in the comfort of your home, you have a serious whatever to tell Allah when you meet with him. There can be no justification why you will sleep and a 9-month baby that is being suckled by the mother under the weather. I mean, it just means that you are not different from those who took them into captivity.
May Allah save us from his punishment.
Amen.
And may Almighty Allah grant us his Al-Jannah, his paradise. Viewers, this is all we can take today on the program, on the topic we have chosen, Message of Islam, lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. We should endeavor to make sacrifice. Those are the ends of our fears. Please try as much as possible to rule with the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And those of us who are followers as well, we should also try as much as possible to have the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because we shall all go back to Allah Maker, give account of our sojourn on earth to determine where we end up, paradise or hell. May Allah save us from the hellfire. Thanks for coming, Madam Udina Sonobi and Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz, and me, your uncle, Al-Aji Al-Amin Alau. You guys join us again next week for another vital mission of program Message of Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, good day and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where this is a table where women sit together to discuss things that are pertaining to the families, to the world in general. We talk about things that we think should be addressed as women. Anyway, today on this table, we will be looking at a very interesting topic that has been making waves in the social media. We're going to be discussing it and then try to get our views and opinions of each woman that is seated on this table. You know how interesting this red table is. The red table is a beautiful space for women where we discuss and give it a positive answer. Anyway, with me this day to do this is Esther. Esther is on my right. Esther is on my far left. Esther Unen. Esther is she is an administrator, educationist, and a proprietress. Esther runs a school, and she didn't want me to introduce her that way, but I insisted that the world should know that she runs a school. I knew why I did that. I'll let you know that later, but she is also a proprietress. Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you here as a proprietress. Of course, Children's Day is coming up very soon, so you're going to come back to this table to tell us more about children. Okay, so let me go to my near left, where we have Dr. Juliet Igwe. Dr. Juliet Igwe is the business person on this table. She is a business and a leadership coach. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you. And then to my right, I have Gift Furera. I hope I pronounced that rightly. Okay, so Gift Furera is a professional chef. She's going to be serving us lunch after this program. But anyway, behind the camera, I asked her what Furera means, and she says it's a beautiful flower. She's as beautiful as her name. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies, we're going to be looking at relationship with divorced persons, and I decided to bring this to the table because of what has been making round on the social media pertaining Pastor Peace Ibiyoma. I hope we all know who Pastor Peace Ibiyoma is. She is the wife of Pastor David Ibiyoma. Okay, so during the week, Pastor Peace Ibiyoma was trending online after advising married women not to keep close friendships with divorced women, claiming they could negatively influence their marriages. The pastor went further to lay curses on women who snatch women's husbands, praying that they also will be inflicted with cancers, and even laying curses on the children. I saw the video and I decided that you women should speak about it. I don't want to talk about it. You all have your opinion. I have my opinion about what happened. So you have your opinion on what happened. I'm going to start with you, Esther. I also know you are a pastor. That's why I'm going to start with you. I know that you're a pastor. And this is a woman pastor who had come online advising married women not to have negotiation or not to have friendship with divorced women. And she went on to curse them and curse the children. What's the take on this?
Well, personally, this has to be my personal opinion. Okay. So for me, I don't really think, based on my own personal opinion, that she was right to say, using myself as an example, that I don't have any business to do with women who are divorced. Looking at it critically, it might not be their fault, and going through what has been happening, what if the woman decided to leave the marriage for health
or domestic purposes, domestic violence purposes?
Like we all know and we've been saying. So on that note, would I say, oh, because my sister left her marriage, I should not have anything to do with that? No, for me it's wrong, because it's not her fault. Basically, it's not her fault. For the sake of life, we all know, instead of a woman dying in that marriage, please leave. So I, as a fellow woman, should not, keep distance from the person. So personally, I don't think that was proper.
As a pastor, is there a sin to divorce? Probably like you said, it could be domestic violence sake. It could be different reasons why a woman decides to divorce. Is there a sin attached to that?
Well, the Bible critically states that God hates divorce. But now, in this situation, under these circumstances that we are finding ourselves, if it has to do with threat to life, they should be separated. They should stay apart. Maybe after a while, after counseling and after advice, they could come together. But at that critical time, that has to do, like we have been initially talked about, domestic violence, the person should stay. They should be separated.
Gift, let me come to you. Okay, this is a heart-touching story. I'm sure the video made so much waves on the social media, and I'm sure you have also seen the video where she laid curse and saying such women that goes around to take people's husband should be infiltrated with cancers. And she also went on to curse the children of such women. What's your take on it? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Well, for my own personal opinion, that cause wasn't necessary. Yes. And then if I will start from where she said, that we have, relating with divorced people is wrong. To me, I feel maybe because she might be speaking from the position where she is.
What position?
As a pastor's wife who must have seen a lot of things concerning divorce, and probably with probably for the reason of evil communication. You understand? To if you affiliate with the divorced people, evil communication, probably she might be talking on that terms. So, but laying curse on somebody who took somebody's husband and even to the children, that is not necessary at all, because it is not in her state to judge. Yes, it is not in her capacity to judge, because judgments, even let's look at karma. Even if she does not curse, let's just leave everything to karma. Karma will always catch up with anybody that defaults in any way. Okay, so that is,
Dr. Juliet, I know you're a business person, but this has to do with women, this has to do with family, okay? If you have a sister that is divorced, Pastor is saying that, Pastor Peace Ibioma is saying that you should not associate with your sister. Do you agree with her?
Well, I do not totally agree with her.
But there's a part where you agree with her.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
That's where I agree with her.
Okay.
Because I want to believe that she's speaking from the perspective of a mother. A mom will always want to advise her children. Just like we are mothers, we advise our children, don't follow this person. This person might influence you. Don't go here, don't go there. So that is the perspective I want to agree with her to a certain percentage. But the fact that even if it's my sister, I shouldn't relate with her, except if that my sister has always been a negative influence on me, right? But if I know that my sister need help, relating with her in that time of stress, that time of divorce, would actually be what she needed to really rethink her decision for divorcing that man. And maybe through coaching, I'm a leadership coach.
I thought it was just for business. Okay, you do leadership coach too, right? Good.
So through coaching and support and therapy, she might find a common ground with her husband. And that would even help to resuscitate the marriage.
Okay, behind camera, I was discussing with a man, not even a woman. And he said to me, she probably is trying to say out what she's experiencing, but might not be able to, say it as a pastor and as a pastor's wife, not to tarnish their images. But that she might be experiencing, I'm not saying that's true. That's what the man over behind the camera said to me, that she might be probably experiencing ladies in the church trying to her husband. Okay, so she could be speaking from that angle. Do you agree with such scenario?
Well, the thing is that she might be talking in with what she is going through.
I'm going to stop you a little bit, Gift. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion. Please sit. Come back. It's to the table of WIC, Women in Conversation, where we discuss everything pertaining women, children, husband in a little bit anyway. But without the men, actually, we won't have the women. So we also discuss them. I just make them jealous when I say we discuss about them a little bit. We were talking on relationship with divorced persons, and you were saying something before we went on a short break. Please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, she is a pastor's wife. And most pastors' wives, they go through stuffs that they cannot relate. They cannot share, because they should be the one advising, not them talking about what happens to them. So probably is a ground for her to now appear.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, probably is a ground for her to now, say what is inside. I'm not
say what she has been swallowing.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
So it could be that, and it could be not. It could be not it, because she is a mother that has a lot of people she takes care of, and she could be saying her mind to them, and she could be, advising them on something that they should, also guard themselves about.
Okay, so a lot of Nigerians have, this has sparked a lot of reactions from Nigerians. Okay, yes, you want to advise your people as a mother, as a woman, but does it warrant you cussing? Let me start with you, doctor. You're looking at me. Does it warrant you cussing that they will be inflicted with cancer? We all know what cancer is. And then also curse the children. What is the business of the children in all of this? They didn't ask that they should come through, that person or through a relationship that is of a person's husband. They just found themselves in the woman's womb and having that man as a father. So what's
in fact, that was a no-no for me. You can't afford to curse people on the altar of the Almighty God. In fact, the Bible said you should bless and not curse. No matter the level of provocation, considering her standing, she shouldn't stand at that altar and curse people. That was where she got it wrong for me. Like when I spoke earlier, I said, I agree with her to some certain level. But for that part, it's a no-no. Let karma do its work. If Jesus had cursed all the people that worked against him, I don't think we will have someone like the great Apostle Paul. Because Apostle Paul worked against Christ. In fact, he killed a lot of Christians, but Jesus was still, he saw something that other people did not see. That someone is divorced today doesn't mean that the person is 100% a bad person. And that doesn't mean that the person cannot retrace her step and make the marriage work. So, cursing that person is a no-no for me. She would have stopped at the level of advising even to the people not to, not to go into divorce or snatch people's husband and leave that cursing part alone. So that is a no-no for me.
Do you think the curse came from a place of a personal interest? Like the man that spoke behind the camera saying she probably is going through a whole lot in her marriage and decided to use that curse to, send a warning to people that she knows and the people that knows her, we don't know.
Well, for me, I may say yes and no. Okay? Yes, on the ground that it might not be a person. It might not be, it could be maybe close relations, or as a pastor's wife she is, people from the church that she has close encounter with, and in the course of advising, in the course of ministering, she has heard a lot. So I from that angle, maybe she felt that's the right channel to address people. Don't go about snatching your fellow women's husband. So I see that maybe based on what she must have heard or having close people around her. So that's why I feel it could be she's coming from that angle.
So cursing is okay?
No, I'm not saying it's okay. You asked, is it based on what the person outside behind the camera said? So I'm saying it could be from a personal experience that she came to do that, but it's a no-no for me. She shouldn't have done that. Curse is from God, if at all he wants to. We are not in position to curse anybody. And as a pastor, we're in position to bless. You are to bless your friends, you are to bless your congregation, you are to bless, the people that comes in contact with you. It is not, let me use myself as an example, it's not in my position to curse anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Gift. Your name is Gift, so you give a lot of blessings. Let me put it that way. Was it right that she asked, or rather she cursed the children? Do you think God will listen to such prayers? We are not God. We are just assuming as humans, and with what we have studied in the Bible. Do you think such curses, like the Nigerians will say, is in all water? Do you think such curses can get anywhere in the presence of God?
Well,
especially for the children?
I'm going to say that in 2 ways. The 2 ways I mean is that, you know, because she is a woman of God and she stood upon the altar of God and made that curse even to the children. You know, like in the scripture, there's a word that says, and you know, God will visit the iniquity of the parents to even to the 10th generation. He was going to visit their iniquity. And several times, so many people have heard in the scripture that God allowed the whole family to go down, like Korah went down with his family, like the one that wanted to hang Esther and Haman went down with his whole family, you know. So on that, she might be right. Okay, and then the second one, like I said, I'm talking about it in 2 ways. The second one is, you know, or we have a new dispensation now, you know, and that dispensation is dispensation of grace, that our Lord Jesus Christ has paid it all for us. So I believe that those things are shadows, you know, that have passed. So on this note, the children shouldn't have been involved in that cause.
Okay, so let's come down to, we're just looking at the Christianity aspect of all of this, and then the divorce and all of, and then taking someone's husband. Let's move it to our brothers and sisters in the Islamic religion, where they are allowed to marry more than one wife. In that situation, will you say that someone had come to take someone's husband?
For me, it's their culture, it's their religion. So the women there already know this is what is obtainable in our culture. So the man is not even the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man that after the first wife, the religion says you can marry up to 4 wives. So it's not the woman that goes to meet the man, it's the man. So in that culture and religion, is acceptable by them. Yeah.
And so you think this cause will not affect such people? Because what particular about the cause?
She's not referring to the Muslim.
No, she generalized
the
it.
Muslim. You said the man goes to meet
the woman.
Do you think that this husband snatching thing, that is always the woman that goes to the man? Is it not the man that will go and tell the lady, I like you?
That's what I'm saying.
And from there, they start the relationship and the snatching starts.
So for me, that's what I'm saying. The man goes there. So, okay, I understand your question. But you know, in this part of the world, there are women who are consciously snatching the man. Yes.
You speak as if you have seen one before. Can you share? Can you share with us? Deliberately snatching. Can you share with us?
Well, I've not seen one, but we've heard, of course, we've heard a woman trying to, you know, be nice, going to extreme of doing things that ideally she's not supposed to do. You know, when you try to show, how do we have side chicks? So when you try to show a man some kind of love, when you think the wife is not doing at home, that is a way of, you know,
preparing the snatching.
Yes. I know there are some things you are doing which, as a wife, we all are wives. We know by the time you get up in the morning, running after children and do a whole lot of things, you might not really have that time to give the man.
Let me come down to this. I have seen a story where men walk away from their marriages, from their wives. Okay. And now if a man decides to leave his wife, not even divorced, but you just walk away and, you know, not even giving the wife the reason why you decided to walk away. You just took a walk and leaving the wife with the children. And then years have passed. And then another woman finds him. And and decides to marry him, does this cause also? Because I am particular about the cause.
No, yeah, they of course the cause won't happen because that other woman that came later already was not in the scene at all.
Which other woman would have caused
the husband already?
Strange woman. She was not aware of any strange woman. So the cause now is on the man alone.
And you know, for the fact that some people enter marriages for some certain reasons. You understand? Because some of these marriages, some people enter transactionally. Okay. Maybe the woman has money, and he came in, or the man has money, she came in, and now there's no money. You understand? So the man is off. So in the first place, the man did not even, for me, in the first place, in some situation, the man did not even come into the marriage with his heart, with being committed. You understand? Most cases it's like that.
Okay.
Yes.
We've just been told that our time is almost up. So but one word from every one of us. What is your advice to those that snatches someone's husband?
Please stop it. That is just one word. It's if you snatched someone's husband, just be assured that that same husband will be snatched from you. So stop it. Whoever that is involved.
Stop it. Don't snatch someone's husband. To you, what is your advice to the pastor? Pastor Peace Ibioma. What is your advice to her? Continue to curse, or take back the curse and pray for your congregation?
Of course, she has to pray for her congregation. But I want to advise women, married women, take care of your husband. Make him happy, make him comfortable. If you notice that there is snatching going somewhere, let him know that thing he saw there is still here.
Right. So that thing that he saw there is still here. Where will you say those things are for women? Advice to women out there.
Well, I would say that, they should respect their husbands. Yes, and make them want to yearn coming back home, wherever they are. And to those who are snatching husbands, I would say that women, we are the demons of ourselves. We are the witches to ourselves. Please, let's love ourselves. Let's love ourselves.
Okay.
Yes.
Coming from Gift, she's giving us gift advice. Let's love ourselves. Yes. Stop snatching. But you also, Dr. Juliet, also said that let's do those things that brings the men back home to know that those qualities are still in us. Give me one of those qualities that you advise a woman.
Look good always.
She already said respect your husband. But give me one word.
Look good always.
Looking good always.
Respect him.
Give him quality food.
I know you're from Akwa. I know you're from Akwa. I was expecting that. So if you didn't say that, I know you're from Akwa. Give him good food. Anyway, thank you ladies for coming on to this program. Esther said, give your husband good food. Very important. I know why I say that. Very important. I know men that don't want to eat outside. They will tell you, no, until I get home before I eat. That's because their husbands give them good food. And then their wives give them good food. And then coming from Juliet says, look good, just like she's looking good. There's no way her husband will see her and don't want to say, oh, come back home. And then from Juliet, and from Gift says, respect your husband. It is very important to respect your husband, because when you respect him, he will also respect you. Anyway, this advice I leave with you women out there. Stop snatching other people's husband. Until I see you again, I am Patricia Urumugibus. Thank you for joining us today.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
For masquerades displaying their skills during Ikpo Festival in Abiama community in Ikpoba-Oka local government area of Edo State. In Benin, Edo State, Ikpo Festival originated in the 18th century in Ugo Town in Orionwo local government area during the reign of Oba Akembuda. Or masquerade dance was introduced to Abiama village by the ancestor of the town to create oneness and good neighborliness among the people of the community. Abiama is a vibrant and culturally rich Benin Edo community situated within the Ikpuba-Oka local government area of Edo State, deeply tied to the ancient Benin Kingdom, as narrated by the Ohenore of Abiama community, Chief Aloha Osaodion.
This community is a home of heritage. They know us that we always have a culture, different type of culture. The one we are gathering here for is the Ikpo. We call it Ikpo. The Oibos call it masquerade, but according to Benin language, it's Ikpo. It has been a long time we celebrated this festival, which is 26 years ago. Since 3 years ago, when the Royal Majesty said that I should be the head of this community for now, so we all the brothers and sisters, home and away, we now join our eyes together that this thing is supposed to come at this time, since I am now the head. That is why the elders is sitting around me, the women, the youth, our brothers and sisters, to make sure this celebration is successful.
In Aviama, Ekpo Festival is celebrated in 4 days according to traditions. However, Ekpo Festival is used to cleanse the land against any epidemic in the society. The Ekpo moves from house to house during the cleansing process as the masquerades dance to satisfy the gods of the land.
This Ekpo festival is a festival that has been existing for a very, very long time. It's a very, very unique festival that we are doing now. And this festival is a festival when you hear that Aviama, they are doing their festival as Ekpo festival, people are coming from different areas all over the Benin Kingdom. A festival that unique us together, that all of us will be together. Like since then I'm here, so I felt I want to witness it again. So that is why everybody, we are all here.
This Ekpo festival, it cleans good or every bad thing in the community. It's just like as we are doing Christmas, we are doing it here, happiness. We cook, we eat, we play together, we manage together. Everybody have his own way of his life. We can't force somebody to do it. But we are doing it to gain it. We are happy, as all of us are here. When you go inside the town now, everybody is happy. Every year we will be doing it now. But 26 years ago, we thank God today we are still doing it.
Abiama is particularly famous for its spectacular Ekpo festival. In the community, Ekpo is revered and the dignity is respected throughout the land, as the dance steps are viewed and interpreted by the elders to mean one thing or the other. After the Ekpo dance from house to house, they reconvene in the village square for final dance in the presence of the elders and the Ohen Nori.
There are a lot of benefits associated with this festival. Number one, it is normally held between January, February, March, every year. You know, that period is always hot. Then this, what we call it, measles, chicken pox, this and that. Any moment this Ekpo masquerade come out, they will all vanish.
The Ekpo, after performing this dance, they return to their final home for peace. The final masquerade is the mother of all masquerade who came to bless the community as the women present white chalk to the masquerade for blessings. The Ekpo Festival comes to close till the next year.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say ni wan. Owe ota ome ota nyowa. Ota we ka mo salobwa we na kia we na gas ota mo era eri mana no pa na o ya e dagbon odoli mayi. Ota mi ya fe ki oboki o azon ki o okamo ki o ewota ayi ya ebe na mo yoto ami o na ewo ni wan awa mi o e wa ni bu ayiwo de ne aseti yiwo do ayiwo dugu owu are ore so fun na o na ki aniru nato na we go salobwa na we genika na dole wo yiwe no salobwa wo na dole yi no ugibota ni wan o ka mata ibota awe ya mama mi ebi no keke na aruwewo o ibota weye ne de akota ne radio television na gbaragbari na ni beka ire emenata o hanata itota emo adan heme na u uyowewo e wa na wo ibota oyewe webe enede wede na ni wa ugibota ma age o ebene wa so gbere mama ona suru yohunda magewe emi no gbere owagbon ya fe no so pa okay oyeme na ke iladi abuselu oni oyimi na na managa nyese no no ogun egwa yeme na otana orewa ogunere wa otewe pastor kabari unamure ni ma gbagun aye eme na obokan
domo no wa ibi edo no gbe wa be ne ekai wa bota ofun egbo sa ba go yaro oba atope
ise me so abosan eje no wie o no ri edo ba yo ko awe do ya fe radio to wa ya oba atope
ise
eyo no ni wa emi ma gba ka ba we ze ntai emi na ga be gbe no de kan gegbe oro no de kan uku na ga be gbe ba ga he mo ga pa iwie egbe sikoko adoga mi ni a efini ase ni ase omo obaike omo ruwa ni no ladiana imagun kan be emi so opo aro obiele ikueva biene ikueva no biele na no biele ne opa wagu ewo wawo no pa na aroe noro eni obyo me ha ikwihu ọma mugo yo ohun yeye ọma reju wa eni yade ọma re do le wa ebe pa ni de aimo egbe o na wa bi me ha ni ne eme ana na ikwihu no pa na bi ame emi pa no se ha se ne o pa na iwu ni a awe ona owie no dio egbe na mo wa ni e kawe wuku yana mune owie no dio na obo wa na mo egbe nana o wa no bo o iye ori oto ni ne iye iwu okeyi ona iye o iye yo to ni wa no mo ni ina ya bo wa yo iya ihe ya ni egbe no isi eyan aja re na wa ma we se na yana mu wa yana wa mu gegbe ni da re uku yana ya ni nodion yana mu nodion yana mu o wa nodion ni boy ni ra bo ni jote ni ya ne yana wa mu ne oko ni ibi oko ni lore no ma do kewu no ma do we ropa na ma mu wo yo yana wa mu yana mu ne money or money nodion o wiro ilike no me no ye no mi se amaye te de ga ro pa ni ayeye eyan na so ladia yan na we ha e dia we do e me na ko se gwa ne we yan be ni aya boe eyan na be gbebere ma ge ni wa ma me ni ma we he be do okpe bene oriya na kai omo na be ido mo ni ha ni wahi iyi amaka ewu oni ri ma yi amado to ta wo wa no le ba ni ya awo ewu o ma were do khio okpe ani no we biele money na odo yewu le ku no to ta yo to de ya na be abe ya ve ha o so pé money ayi ayo we ibi otia no yen na wa mo wa ne no pa ni boy to ni ye ya ni yen na wa mo ne no ro ni na so la ja we rio oni ma ge ni wa o ta me pastor ko
wa to
o da ye ni tane ihuda ya mi wa mi o igeri uyo ma be do o bu e bible ni wa demoten
wa to pesa ọtọkpa ni ati nọ ike miegi sunga inana o ewe utaba we ni ye yane ti ye do to ni yane a orio ewu bi yewu
ye yane
o ba ewu boja yewu ona ri to ni iye do o ye ni o e do
yane oreno
ona wo geno
iye ma ewu
o ma ewu
ti ye ewu ona we abe mune
okay edono pewo na iyi bilele efa mari lele mani bi edo ile lo rebo na bi lawyer abo gwezo owezo ni alele yabo yen deba ilele oredo ta ko mo ade dogi yebe ni agi mu ayo mu are sokma
uyore do zebe no ke kino ga ye no mu no be ya kan me e be no wa be ni be no wa be ya ma me gbe na 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 hiwe o hu da ma mu yo ohun amu ma omo no be biele oye na go mo na bie yido no yo ro oye na we gbe no ro we o ma mu yo ohun na re ro wa egbe o ga ye emoni e biele ona na re mo na bie ye ido egbe mi verio ari aga mi o me na we mamie okbiana no modiona we no mudia era no we na oyera na una o ma no me ko no we gbe nu da o tona na wa o wana na ya ga ni na ari ya ga hu leri e ba na mwera no wa yi onye ba ni ye le mweri eji na ara wa ya ga hu ne so mweri ye no ri awana no yo bo edo ana wona be na be amayira hu no modioni amayira hu ne nu da ode paro na na te mu ige ogbe ni dete omodioni iye zono na aya mwera ye ba na ya zene eni oparo na ya use lo ige ogbe ogere rami ya dari niku egegeru so ma ye ko ogbe meri eni no gwera no kwa be riye iriye lobiye egbe na yi ka we oge kene bi se ni ku bo yana ye gbe ya no te gbe so bo zero na igberi no musa ana ya ka ko ni ku egbe wa ko mu pa gbe de ge iye we ne talent ari ma so wa te bue so pa o ba de je no keke oba aso pe we se unwa ni ebane eni wa ya yi wa he ni matana zero no keke na aga eri edo ukwo wedo ukwo awon owu ma kun kana o da mi do agboli yo na eme adoru adogbebe adogbe yo to we agaku yo to nda agaku yo to ni eborebo eniki ebo mo ni re ma be yawe ugbeso no ma keke nu ku ati bu akan o bo akan we eri ma gbene ogbene ona ilele iyi no we do zebine oteme taiba we setting bi o to pe ani wa we ya mwera ya yo wa no bo ni ra yo bo ebo ni ye ya ni yo bo ebo o ya mwera ye ba igogbe wa no no nda ya yo ri bo igogbe ne ba na ya mwera yi igogbe ba ido la dan we o we na we e bedo opo gbe ni makana nda igogbe soro ne gbe ma bi ila dana ti e mukure yi okure ja fi opa wo wa no wa jogbe we no ma ye ubi kure ja jo pa jogbe kaka no oni ma ni ma yi be ogi ya re ukure eso wo oteme ya yi we zero pastor wa mi mina eso la diange when you lele any time na we lele va do review ya we bo be ono so pa do me dey no we ara we na wa we na we mi no keke ilele do ni awa lele e mama ni do mama you talk na kin o me be no wa e mama no ka oni ni ka ba amara mu go yo ho ni amoma kie ke mono bie we ne bota we second class yakin omo ona mi be okbe roga bi okbe ayo wa ona ko va ya bi o ke no zegie de we ni no keke no do ko Yowani, no le. We don't know what they do, man. Le no to. No le no to. Ye man, what they do, man. O 1 year, woman. Then they do, man. You to. Over I don't know why. Abraham, Neri Maya fair or the Sarah. I don't know, mammy, mobile. Or I do more of Aga. Aga, or I read as a mobile. Where the body they be a modion. So, my man, I'm your modion. Move out of valley. Now we go your only time or no ya be a monate Isaac on Yari Mombo. Would Ariye Nariame Ariye Nago, Elia David Lilina, Ohunarie, Nabugo Yoru, Ohoni or Amoma. Kia Kirie, Nebote Lega, Namie Nae, Nasri Giaji, the Anima, Nebe, Nomen Nebe not Tonegbe. Irani bi no wari ya boeze esera be ada ona we be kwoni pa kiye ko bi woni agbali ke gbe egbomi erari eri aga ye be bi ejime ya pa esera na mu go yo na ara mo no tuta obi ore gbe ni be dagbo popa na be ati Gideon na iye ojoko no wo wa ira akin obi ya gbe okwo we wore iku no we na ku ikwebude ona mekoro ko pawa ona de biok baba na te jeta o gbari na ga ro go boy ye yi do we no so na be do bi okwo na be biele monibun ile ye gi bugo Gideon ile no ro gba na mu go yo na ba ze ejeta pawe awo yi ni ne wa pa owie alamoge aya bio wo se de gbi ma ga ni eri ma wo da ba mu go yi wo eno ma mu go yo ma wona mu go na o mu yo kede o vie ni edo we ni ge o vie na be ya ga ni o vie na ya be he o aware be boy ni o ni na ga ma die ba ya e boy ma do gori are ra ama e de die ba ya wona ma do ga we obieli ane na bi go na wa boru wa na do he we ki ho na kedere ni piara ìfọ́pá yàrá ayé àhẹ́gbẹ́sẹ̀bọ̀ ríra ọ̀bíyẹ́jẹ́ na bákin ẹgbọ́ yẹn máa dúró bàjá ẹgbẹ́ àárín agá gbẹ̀ǹdé ní àbá akàbọ̀ mú pàgbèrè yàgẹ̀ ẹ̀ lẹ́yìn lọ́dún ní ewé káyí kìọ̀ mọ́jọ́ bọ́ọ̀lù yékè ní èmi náà sọ ìgbé lóòdà iṣẹ́ ọ̀yọ́ tọ́ nílẹ̀ ìyẹn náà bò wáyọ ìdí ògbẹ̀nà ẹ̀yìn náà múnú ẹ̀ òkùnrà bẹ́ẹ̀ ìdàbẹ̀dẹ̀ mọ́ni yé nìyà ẹ̀yẹ́ ní òkùnrin á ní ẹ̀yà kẹ́kẹ́ àkọ́ni ẹ̀ o nda ikú yàkì ọni ọ̀làbò ìkúrẹ̀ lábò ní ọba àtọ́pẹ̀ wẹ́sì níwọ̀n wàdáhẹ̀rẹ̀ màtá ẹ̀yà ìwẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́yà wàdáhẹ̀rẹ̀ màtá rúdẹ́bì náà ga ọ̀rẹ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ màgbà ẹ̀yàbìnú pàmò ẹ̀gùn àkà ìjógbẹ̀ nda ọ̀wárí ẹ̀gẹ̀ ya lórí màyà rẹ̀ ẹgbọ́ ọ̀nà pàmò máa yẹ mọ́bọ̀ fínú yìí wàá ìwọ̀n ní mìíràn kan ní àdàyọ̀ nọ́màrí kan ọ̀rẹ́ dàyọ̀ wẹ̀ wíná yàrá ìrẹ̀dọ̀ kátikáti ìkíni òkú ọ̀pá ìbá ìhárí ìbẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí ní ó dáadọ́ kù ní ayẹyẹ ẹwẹ́ ẹ̀rí amúgóyè àwọn mẹtí múgóyè kò wọ́n ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀bẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ wọn nínú pé àná gbọ́sọ̀rọ̀ ìyọ̀dọ̀ gbọ́sọ̀rọ̀ ìlòbí ẹ̀wọ̀dọ̀ òkú ní ọ̀lẹ́rà ẹni orí yà ní ẹ̀wọ̀n pààrọ̀ pé á ní ọ̀nà pààrọ̀ àti ẹ̀rí òkú ni ọkọ̀ àrò wá pa ọ̀dọ̀ lóbi ẹ̀ ọ̀dọ̀ kí ọ̀pẹ̀ á ní lẹ́rìnà ààrẹ mẹ́wẹ́ kàrọ̀ wà wá ní ìwé ẹ̀fọ́ ní pede ba ya pede ya oyi esoro omamugo yo hu obiere no kwa ni ne oyi biele ne ona pa ona ya ro okwawe na mugo yo hu ai ni e ka biela ni ana ya ti e ba na ka mi awe wadomo awo wi ni e biele nana otu wa na mamugo yo so pa ni na se ya okwawe owi mugo yo ye se ti padu vi hin awa amere no awe mugo yo mu ni ye werio aya ma wo otemegbe oya bien aye are gba bi ni wa e de ana mi obi e ora odion iwani omo na bi ido ye no de ana wo yan odion kaya ma e ti amalelui cause yin poge ba na ya ze iwani no wa bi o wani na wa ri o wani na gbo o ha ni aro na we ya na yokaze eri awe ni wa owe ni ma hona we no ta ba wa we mi we no we ya gwa he ugie no ze owe ba bo ke ya no tala dia uye do no ni wa nda ijogbe na ni makana o wa si o li ni bu bedo moso we ro nuhu wa we ro aro oye na wo uku ne owera yan ari uku era nye obowa oyen no nya jogbe owo re ni ibo oya muyo egbe na otan taba oya sinye aye no ye orile na lele kaka ba tota wo pasati wa nya beba dina yari no twena dina yari no ejemisi dina yari no sazuwa ba wanyaro eni wa maene ekunu ya mura yina wa nu bo ya mura yina irani jogbe eyiwe no ne ra bonu wewe na we se ani ra ewuku ijogbe eyiwe no so pa itwele ge na wanyaro e bana we mi e maso awo ma egbe wo ma die ba ni mai jaga awe no ya ri oto ye de no rizeke o na wa ro eni wa ìjọgbẹ́ náà ọwọ́ ìgbé náà tàrí náà màkún ákàná gbé náà yá rù ẹni dé ní àárú ẹ ọmọdé fífíẹ́ yìí ọmọdé fífíẹ́ yìí náà wà mú ẹ òwá ní námúnẹ̀ níkùn òní ọgbẹ̀ ìfànà níkùn òní ǹdá ènìyàn yìí ń náà rí fi àbọ̀ àìdó rí è dé òwúwà náà ẹ̀ ha ìní àìsẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹ̀nà àmì kí ìfìyú rẹ̀ fa ẹ̀fì ọ̀nàdùn òkú ni ayo do ri ni pe ni ke we do ni do wo ko pa no no ri akin aga ni ya we ona vieva na biona ona vieva bia wo ge nu pa mari gba so pa ahi ni wona ahi ne wonona eri o ke na ya ga de wo me refo eri o ke ho wo no wa ri egwa na ri ke no ri akin we no ke na re ma ta mu wa na huda yogedo romo na bia ido o si okoko ni re ana ta we opano mi egbele yore o e money of your magbe of yan lawa what ewu of yan lawa iwe no goku no bi eni yen de e hasa awo makomu goyo kunu of your money of your magbe ne so pa ewu ko ni wu o marwe oye aláwọ̀ yèké nà sí ní ọ̀tàn yẹ̀kọ̀ ayọ̀.
dọ́mọ̀ ẹ̀dùnú pẹ̀rọ bí na wèyí èrè awẹ bí nínú ẹ̀sì tálẹ̀mẹ̀ bí nínú ẹ̀sì ẹ̀zọ́ bí ní ká ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà wẹ̀ orí ẹ̀dùn màkín ẹ̀dùn mẹ̀ bí nà wèyí ẹ̀ orí ẹ̀dùn àlèlè yàsẹ́gbẹ́ òyìn ni yàsẹ́gbẹ́ òhun mẹ̀ yàsẹ́gbẹ́ ènìyàgá ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́ náà nọ mami amanado alelu yìí ẹ̀dùn kò mọ́ yà á dẹ̀rẹ̀ dùn wọn rẹ̀ osanogo do ara etale ne maro eri ma dede ni budo wa me wu no gbera gbiri e ma ye ga uhu gbegbe ni be ni tale ne maro ni ne zo maro be da mana be ye kotu be ne ri ma mo no ba mana we on regua nu da we be na we ni eri awe be ne ri ma ya na wa de ge be no ke no ye we no ta ye we ai ni uye ebo do abare do etalenero we no wo
n'ọdọ va bieye igiowa ọkẹkẹ ni wẹẹ òyìn náà mú wẹ wẹ náà wò náà máa mú ìwé ọhún náà biẹlẹ yìí wá ọkẹkẹ ni wẹ òyìn náà mú ẹ wẹ òpìlẹ́rì àdé ó tọ́nà ọ̀nà wa pàbá ìwé náà òra igiowa ni ọkẹkẹ ni lé lẹ́ni náà ọkẹkẹ náà lè lé wẹ èdè ọkẹkẹ náà lé nẹgbẹ́ àná ẹ̀ mọ́ ni kéré ẹ̀ ní wọn náà rí ẹ̀ mọ́ ni ne mona bie ne n'ọdiọ bie lẹ emoni ebeba n'ọkùnrin ebeba ni iye gbe enokeke nùgbẹ ẹyẹ nìyí mandela do awẹ tabi lónìí àná ọdọ òkùn ọgẹ zọ ọ̀nà ìwé èrì yẹn gbọ́lẹ̀ yìí n'ọ̀pá ìwé ni yẹn gbọ́lẹ̀ yìí sọpá bẹ́ẹ̀ ni dọ́mà náà yí ẹ̀yẹ nàkí sọpá wẹ unadò rẹ̀ ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹgbẹ̀ náà rà òhun náà nìtàlẹ́ náà ẹ̀dọ̀ fíẹ̀ emoni ni kò bọ́ na ewuda fia bɔ wɛ ewi ɔkpama fia bɔ ɛyɛ na da ɛdɔ so kuma imoa ɔwa soa bi na ya wɛ ni ɔma de yɔfo so kuma iya te yia enu da wɛ ma wo ni afiɛ emɔni na wa vi na bɔ kpa wa eni ma fia bɔ wa do kpa ɔvi va so kuma emɔni yɛ iya nɔ ni kpi anɔ rire obɛ lo ka o ni imuwo wo bɔ kpa wɛ ake ifia ni kpi anoro toto ti anodio iya bo bere ni mana si abara iwa mu o wa do eso je ni ko ni eso e bata no ya dio ado ge we ake ifi ma bo anawa mu wo mo ho na ma mu igojo ohun ni vie no ma dia o waya aba mu ni na e wa yorora o ke ke ne gbe ke mu pa were na de ebe ni me ka e na ki ebe na wo gbe were o dáwọn lè bọ́ mọ̀ wáde dẹ́rọ̀ tàyé wọ́n tíyàn náà dùn àbíọ́wé ìvànà ètíyàn ní pẹ̀lú kẹ́rẹ́ yàrá ta lọ. ṣùgbọ́n náà mìíràn mú ẹ̀pà náà ti sẹ̀ ní ìpè ànàró tó tọ̀ bọ́ arámùnì níhù ìbá ní tẹ̀lé ní yé bẹ́ẹ̀ni ká àgbà bẹ́rẹ̀ náà wẹ́ ìgé gbẹ̀lẹ̀ àbò múdà ìhó ni ènì ní àgbà kún ẹ̀ nìyẹn. ìgé gbẹ̀lẹ̀ àbò. ìkẹ́ ọ̀pá bàbá múdà ìgé ògbéra òkúdàrà náà wúnà ìgé ògbọ̀ ẹ̀yìn yìí ìgé ògbéri yìí àárín ìyàmúyẹ yìí náà ìgbọ́gbẹ́rì ìyá di à ṣùgbọ́n ètò bí ẹ̀rọ àmì ìgbọ́gbẹ́rì nígbà wà náà bọ́ dọ́mà ìdè bọ́ díẹ̀ àyà bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ní iwu náà kẹ́ni ọmọdé náà fi ọba gbọ́ yọ ìbá ní ọ̀yà múra yìí.
ènìwọ̀n ayá yìí wà dáyọ̀ ìyá nẹ̀rẹ̀ náà yẹ kàn án gbébé lórí ìyáfẹ́ yá yìí wà dáyọ̀ etí má nìrí yẹ kọ́nyọ̀ etí má ẹ̀rú sèlú etí má ẹ̀rí yẹ kọ̀bíà òun ò jẹ́ kéyàfẹ́ ẹ̀mí náà dé kàn máa yáfẹ́ ẹ̀hún dá máa ní ìpànà yìí mìíràn máa ọ̀hán yé so ya abíẹ̀rẹ̀ yóre ọ̀wù ní mọ́kèdòre wà ẹ̀bí nàyà rẹ̀ ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́ wẹ̀ẹ́gó kà ọ́ ní una ẹ̀rọ òwú ẹ̀nà àríyàn làwà ẹ̀dọ̀ sí ẹ̀zọ́ ẹ̀dọ̀ sí olígidò yóò tọ̀ wà ìpànẹ́ nàmẹ́wẹ́ àyàdọ̀lẹ̀ yẹ sẹ́mẹ̀sì wùfíẹ́ wàwé mìíràn náà wí ká ẹ̀ bá ọ̀rẹ́ báìbù bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọmọdún wa yẹ bábọ nìkan náà abẹ bọ nìkan náà òun náà mẹwẹ abẹ bọ ẹni ẹyàwó ẹ ìmárọrin à ìyẹn àdìẹ ẹgbọ kankan ọmọ ìyẹn àmúmọ wẹrẹ ìyẹn ẹkọẹ ìyẹn ẹkọẹ sọpọ àwọn ìmọ̀ ẹdọ ẹ màtá náà ó dá màvi ọ̀pá màríẹ va màríẹ hà nínú ọba ààyè ọ̀pá ìpọ̀ sẹ́nìà ọ̀wà náà yà bí ẹ̀yọ́ rẹ ń wẹ̀ wẹ ìmọ̀ni náà yẹ fi àbọ̀ ọ̀dọ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀ sí ẹgbẹ́ ìyàsẹ́ sarobanagiẹ ọmọ àlùwà yàfẹ wà á di àpẹ wọ màá lé wa gìtò ẹ ọmọnọba dẹ dòkó àpọlọpọlọ ọba ẹ wà ẹdúkọ gèbà òdẹnu ọdọlẹ dóyì ọsàrọbà n'orí ẹwọn ànẹ níkà n'orí ẹwọn ànẹ èyí yàfẹ ẹwọn àṣẹ ìwé mẹyì n'ọyà dọlẹ wọ náà yìí màá nọ bí gá ẹ máa wẹ mí nọrọ yàfẹ abẹkàwẹ yàfẹ abẹ ní yege no monoba ni ma we miege we ya ga no ma we rie ma ya we ga eri o we no o wa ma ni ma ya fe wa ma no o de ma no wa na be yo so ba ro gi o fure ga re do mu yo mu re no kiana o do mu o mu no wa la o te do na ni wa o afero ife da do ge ni ala e bu ne ga be ni ate ni ni na ya be amu no so ba na je ya e mu ni ma 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 na mu gi bota we ni na yo to ọba àtọpẹ ìṣe.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and talking about Viewpoint, it's a program that gives you and I the opportunity to air our opinions, our views, our thoughts about some of the issues affecting us in the country as citizens. And it is no longer news that insecurity, kidnapping, abduction of students and teachers is on the increase. So today on Viewpoint, we're going to be going out on the streets to talk to some persons and ask them questions and get the reaction, so to say, about how they feel, the way forward, the solution, and what is expected of the government to bring this issue of insecurity to a stop. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
Adoption of pupils and students and teachers is so appalling. It has become so rampant that Nigeria's situation as regard to insecurity is so pathetic, and it calls for emergency. I think the federal government should rise up to the occasion and do the needful, because they have all the mercenaries and weapons at their disposal to so do. We cannot also overlook the issue of this politics, because we're looking at the way it has become so rampant in the southwest. Only God knows where next, and we hope that it doesn't continue, especially in this era where we are going for the next general election. I think the president, as they say, the whole box stop at his table, should be able to do what is needed to be done if he's going for a second tenure, because as it stands, this kidnapping is actually a major threat and embarrassment to his political quest for a second tenure. I think that is my own personal opinion. Of course, I want to also say that the Nigerian populace, the society at large, should be so vigilant, because with the way things are going, we don't know if the South is safe. I think looking at Benin-Lagos road from this side of our own state, it has become another threat. Not to talk of what is happening at the Edo Central, Edo North. So I can say here and now that the citizens should be at alert, and we should be vigilant enough. And again, this call for local security. I know some persons are clamoring for state policing, but I think local security would do far better if given the opportunity and all the necessary weapons. Take for example the security outfits here in Edo State. If they are actually ready to work, they will do very great work, because they are on ground. Their eyes are also on ground, and they know who comes into the community and who goes out of the community. And I'm sure that this will go a long way to help us if actually we are ready to work together as one people, because these persons that are doing this are not from the moon. They are within us. They are Nigerians, or so to say. If actually they are from other African neighboring country, they came in through our border. So I think the government should do something. The society at large should also be vigilant. And then let's look at the religious circle. I think the religious circle should also wake up. In our mosque, in our churches, we should sound it as an alarm to every citizen to have this human feeling. Because these bandits, these kidnappers, I think they have lost it. They don't have this human feeling at all. To slaughter a whole human being and kill a person like a ram, I think that is the height of it. And as for me as a person, I want to plead passionately with those kidnappers and with those bandits and what have you, to please have human feeling and know that everyone has one life to live. They too will die one day, and they will also leave this world.
Nigeria is a failed state. Let's not gainsay the fact that the Nigerian nation has failed the citizens. One of the primary responsibilities of government is the protection of lives and property. And that government cannot guarantee safety is a sign of failure. Government in every nation holds their responsibility toward the citizen. You know, the most annoying part was the message of Mr. President when he was interviewed and was asked about the insecurity and security of the people. And he said they should pray that the bandits have a change of mind. And I asked, would the American president ask American people to pray? So it's a clear sign of failure. And I make bold to say that the Nigerian government is not interested about the nation, not the next generation, rather than interested about the next election. And so that's just what they're interested in. It's about 2027 elections. I win, I come in. It doesn't care. A government that promised that he will take care of, he will handle the security, he will ensure that there's light, 24 hours light, and even made a promise that if he fails to do that you should not vote for him, that a promise made should be a promise fulfilled. The same government have not only failed, but have left the national grid to have a solar power energy at the Aso Villa. That's a clear sign of failure. And it means they have lost mind, they have no political will, they have no intention, they have no mindset of fixing the Nigerian state. They're just only interested in sucking, our collective patrimony, whether I call it money, whether I call it oil, whether I call it funds, call it whatever you want to call, but they're just interested in. You imagine a Sheikh Tinubu who has actually not worked all his life, buying houses worth millions and billions of dollars across the globe. And so, let's not just talk about it. The Nigerian government has failed the Nigerian people. I just hope that Nigerian people wake up to their responsibility, to realize that whatever it takes, they should wake up, because we're all holding our lives in our hands. we are holding, because you are a local government of yourself, you provide light, you provide security, you provide food, provide everything for yourself. Government owes you nothing. You know, so I have actually not seen anything that the Nigerian government is doing, apart from the fact that we are clearly Nigerians. After all, even other foreign nationals can claim Nigerian. If a serving minister can tell you that Malians and other neighboring countries are their brothers and their cousins, that they are legal as Nigerians, so what else do you expect? You know, I just going through. I saw on one of the scroll recently where the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, rather than talk about the lives of the people that are, I saw a video recently of those that were kidnapped begging the government to come to their aid. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory was issuing a threat that any event center or hotel that houses or accommodates a program that is not approved by them, you know, of another political party, will be shut down and their property revoked. That's a nation, you know. And that's a nation that they call Nigeria. What an agony of a failed nation. Unfortunately, with all due respect, I don't think that the Nigerian government is ready to tackle the issue of insecurity. Because I read on one of the news pages also where a sheikh was saying, yeah, he knew his son was a kidnapper, but he thought he had repented. That's when a bag of ransom paid, the bag with which a ransom was paid was recovered in his kitchen. A sheikh. It's in this. I also learned recently that the Sheikh Gumi is denied or banned from entering Saudi Arabia. Yet the man works freely in a country where he makes noise, supporting banditry and kidnapping. So kidnapping has become a lucrative business. It is obvious because late Sani Abacha said, when insurgents or criminality tribes for more than 24 hours know that the people who are saddled with the responsibility of taking care of such are involved, it is a clear case that those in government are involved in this lucrative business of kidnapping as it seems today. Because if not, I do not see where or why the National Security Advisor, the presidency, or those security agencies saddled with the responsibility of taking charge ain't doing anything or doing much enough for Nigerian people to see that they try, but just say it get as it day. No, all they say is that you pray, or they are our cousins, they are political sons. We are rehabilitating, and the people you are rehabilitating are hitting up your army and killing people. Imagine Nigerian army generals are murdered daily, cold-blooded, recorded and posted. Nothing happens. It's become a business. And those who are gaining it or are making it are obviously not within our ranks, are not among the ranks of the poor, of the average. They are in the up echelon of those within the corridors of power in the Nigerian economy. I do not think that it is going to be easy to curb insurgency in Nigeria because those involved are those in power.
The kidnapper situation in Nigeria is becoming something serious that government need to look about. I was once a victim of it. I spent how many days in captivity, but to God be the glory, God gave me victory. But government cannot do that alone. In police side of police, they have anti-kidnapper units. They needed to be trained in police. Anti-kidnapper unit needed to be trained, often to follow up this kidnapper issue. One, and to the government, because only what I see as a victim of that circumstances, I know if you forget the way I pass when I'm there, but only what I see, the development is ahead of us in this country. The development is ahead of us in this country. If the government go fit tackle for us to be able to cope, understand? In my own research, even when I'm there, I come out, I research, I wish if they can just even revise us back, no use of phones, let's just cancel phones, because we never prepare to use phone. It's like Nigeria never mature to be using internet. So all these things is what I personally think is our really problem. But I say, acknowledging the work, the police are still trying, But the force agencies, the president in particular, they should put much fun. They should really take this kidnapper issue to become a serious issue they will need to tackle. Because without this, it's a country that no security, no how where investors will take come into the country. We still thank God they're still trying their best, but their best is not enough.
Such an abysmal level where, reprehensibly, it seems as if human life is next to nothing. It's quite unfortunate, and I must say the political elite should be held accountable. Because if they are not, so to say, in quote, patronizing them, I think the issue of insecurity would have been a thing of the past. Because a situation where people are kidnapped, and rather than rescuing them, the government come to pay ransom. It shows you are helping them to thrive. And it's not like the new normal now. It's a big business. One of the fastest growing business in Nigeria. So a situation where if you kidnap somebody, demand for ransom, and you get it, and these people, they are not even hiding their faces anymore. They have social media accounts. They interact, and money is delivered to them. DSS is there, SS, and all the security agencies are all there, and nothing is done. Because they know that government is really treating insecurity with kid gloves. That is why it's fostering, it's flourishing, and it has come to the level where they are now degenerated into kidnapping school children of 2 years, 3 years, and all of that. It's a pitiable and very unfortunate issue, very, very unfortunate. Because if you are a parent and imagine that your 2-3-year-old child is in the bush for several weeks, you will see that it's quite unfortunate. So I think the government, it's a call to government to wake up to its responsibility, because the foremost responsibility of government is to secure life and property. And any government that cannot secure the life and property of its citizen has failed, no matter what other thing the government is doing. Security first. So it's unfortunate that the case of the Oyo pupils are still in the bush, and their teachers. In fact, one of the teachers was beheaded, and up to now Nigeria is still going as if nothing happened. Quite appalling, quite unfortunate. There are places, in a more civilized clime where this would have caused a lot of serious upheaval or serious destabilization of the whole system. But here we are going as if nothing happened. Somebody's head was beheaded, and school children are still there. But rather we are focusing on 2027 as if that's what matters in Nigeria most. So it's a call to duty, or to the government to take drastic responsibility, or take responsibility for what is going on. They must take charge of the territory of this country, take charge of life and property of this nation, because that's their primary duty. If they fail in that, they have failed in all. They failed in all.
It is very disheartening that things are falling apart in Nigeria, and the government, as it were, seems not to be bothered, not to be concerned, or doing anything reasonable about it. Kidnapping, terrorism, or banditry in Nigeria is becoming a way of life to us. Meanwhile, the essence of government is the security and welfare of the citizens, which the government have failed woefully to protect the lives and property of Nigerian citizens. It is disheartening. We have seen that kidnapping in Nigeria, banditry, has become a business venture for those in authority and their counterparts, terrorists. Because the Nigeria we know as a giant of Africa, the military we know that have conquered territory, that have gone to other countries and fight war in Liberia, in Somalia, and every other places, cannot stop terrorists, those riffraffs that are not trained, those sycophants that are not trained because they are holding firearms. Why has Nigeria government not be able to defeat terrorism? That shows that it's often believed or say that when terrorism or crime go beyond 24 hours or stay 24 hours, that shows that the government is involved. When we say government is involved, it might not mean the president, but powerful individuals in government are conspiring to destabilize this country. And the government continue to play politics with everything. They play politics with our lives, they play politics with our resources. Just recently, we saw the inhuman treatment being meted on the innocent children that were adopted in a community school in Oyo State. And this is not the first time. This is not, we heard of that popular Chipo guest, and there have been series of kidnapping and adoption of children, killing of innocent citizens. Yet you don't see government coming now to take a decisive decision to address this matter. That tells us that the government of the day have an agenda. Either they have an agenda or they are conspiring with those who want to overrun this country. Let us not pretend about it, that a particular religion, a set of people want to overrun this country. That is what is plain, and that is why I see the relative silence from the part of the government. In other sense society, when a citizen is unjustly killed, you will see the government giving a marching order, the presidency giving a marching order to all security agencies. Here in Nigeria, you will see a situation whereby 50, 100 or more persons are adopted and killed. Yet you will not see the government or the security chiefs making a statement or taking decisive action to address it. One thing I want to tell Nigerians, because the government are not in this alone. The same people, the electorate who keep voting, who keep supporting these fake politicians and fake government officials are also conspirators. Election is coming. The Nigerians should look forward to an individual who will be able to come into government to rescue us. Because as it stands, the Tinubu government has failed and has continued to demonstrate that it does not have the political will or the capacity to secure Nigerians. So as such, I will also advise that Nigerians should stand up to defend their assets, by any means to defend their assets. We cannot continue to wait for government that have failed in their responsibility of providing us security.
The case of insecurity in our nation at this particular time is a disheartening situation where everybody, the citizens, are no longer secured. And the rate at which these bandits are kidnapping people is a very alarming stage, and it's not ideal for the common man, even though the rich, the middle class, and the poor, all inclusive, is what this kidnapping issue has been affecting. They are kidnapping the ordinary people. They are kidnapping those who are in government, even to the extent of military. And the funniest one is the teachers and students being kidnapped in Oyo State. It's a problem to this nation. It's a great concern. And the root cause of all these things, we cannot easily figure it out. These bandits, they are not spirits. They are human beings, and they are in our society. Government should take a proactive step, call on trial, because the forest at which they apprehend people into, this forest belongs to a community, and they have the Enigis in that community. They have the Okaigele in that community. If an alien came to your community, the people, the indigenous of that community, could be able to fetch it out. If somebody you do not know is in a society, you'll be able to locate that among these people that is always coming into our society to apprehend people. Many places like that in our community in Edo State, in Ovia Northeast, in our state. This insecurity, the people that are engaging in this negative heart, they are not spirits, they are human beings. And I don't know what the community are doing about it. They say community policing. Government is not giving, they are not taking a proactive step on that issue whereby they should allow community to raise community policing. This will also help to curb this situation of this kidnapping, because everybody is not safe in the society. They kidnap people, they collect you sum of money. Some, if they didn't make up to that amount, they eventually kill them. Many lives who are destined to live long, they are being cut short by these hoodlums, by these kidnappers. It is a problem in our society. And the reason for this is because of the weak institutions.
Let us get some things clear. Every crime in every society is curtailable. There's no crime that is bigger than the government or bigger than the society. It is what the people accept that stay with them. There are countries that have accepted drug use or drug marketing as their trademark. It is there with them. We are now gradually accepting to be the terrorist capital of the world. If we accept it, it will stay with us. Now, we have a government that does not seem to even be able to understand issues. I think that's our first problem. Because when you have a problem, you must first of all understand it before you solve it. The government we have at the moment, they don't seem to understand that there's even a problem. Unless and until their own is kidnapped, then they will pay money and say, go and bring it back, don't worry, let life move on. Life cannot move on like that. How many can you bring back? Because we've had cases of judges being kidnapped. We've also had cases of commissioners being kidnapped. Recently now, it's now military generals being kidnapped. It will not take long. It will get to maybe a governor, a deputy governor, a minister, or even somebody higher. So we cannot sit down and fold our hand and say it's business, because I heard one governor then say it is business. It is kidnapping for ransom, so it's business. It's no such thing as it's a crime against humanity of the highest order and should be treated as such. And if we consider it to say, because a governor one time said treason is higher than kidnapping, that treason want to destroy the entire country, kidnapping want to kill is just about some persons. We don't understand the value of life. That's why we're talking. Human beings existed before society. Human beings, the right to life existed before the right to a government and the right to a country. So if the right to life existed first, then we must protect life first before we talk of protecting country and protecting government. The way we protect government in this country, if we give the same attention to this kidnapping saga, it would have been over by now. Now, the issue of paying ransom, I have seen that some persons in government, as exhibited recently by one of the House of Assembly hopeful in Katsina State, some persons in government are directly benefiting from this kidnapping. They collect ransom. Ransom gets to some persons in government. That is why nobody is checkmating. That's why nobody is bothered enough to say, I want to do something to stop this nonsense. Because it is something that is stoppable. But because people in government are getting it, there are times you even go and report to the police. The policeman is asking you, how much did you pay after you have come out? They want to know how much you paid, so that maybe they will get their own share. I don't know. Then there are also times people in government, they are more interested in the ransom being paid so that the matter will die quietly than going out there and facing these people. The truth is, I tackled one military man one time. I say, why have you put, not even now that it has become this bad, during the Jonathan era, why have people not been able to go into this bush, get these tribal girls out? Then when it just started, get them out and say, no, they don't want victims, they don't want casualties in there. I say, let me tell you, there must be blood sacrifice to end a scourge. If we had ended that scourge at the Chibok girls' time, by now we will no longer be talking of kidnapping for ransom. Whether the Chibok girls will survive or not, it will be in God's hands at that time. It will be fate. And that's how responsible countries go after these people who kidnap their citizens. If you kidnap American citizens, they don't negotiate with you. They will come after you. They believe that if they do it rightly, if things go well, the citizen will survive. But it can happen that the citizen doesn't survive. He's sacrificed. But at the end of the day, whether he's sacrificed or not, that kidnapping business ends. That's the ultimate goal. They put it in such a way that the person who wants to go into that business next time, he consider that, look, if I go to this business, it's a short death sentence for me. When you now know that it's a short death sentence, whether you win or lose, short death sentence, you won't go into it. Nobody want to die. So you see, the reason kidnapping has going to first time in this country, despite our laws, we have a law in those states that criminalizes payment of ransom. I'm aware of it. We also have that kind of law in many states of this country where they criminalize payment of ransom. So that if you go and pay ransom for to kidnappers for the release of your person, your relative, you have committed a crime. But nobody enforces that law because we know who we are. Even the judge that you are going to bring in before, the judge has also paid ransom one time or the other. The government, the police who want to do it, a commissioner of police was kidnapped and ransom was paid, or vigilante went to rescue him. There are some we've heard of where ransom were paid. So if people who are supposed to stop it are paying ransom, then who is now going to stop it?
The issue of insecurity in Nigeria is becoming an epidemic. And insecurity in Nigeria can be chased away in 24 hours if our government are responsible. And the opposite of good is evil, and the opposite of evil is good. Whenever impunity is legitimized, crime becomes the order of the day. The problem we're having now is because the impunities in the land have become the superintendents of the country. And when the impunity becomes a superintendent of the country, criminality becomes a daily norm. They say they live with us, they are part of us, they know them and so on. So if you know somebody that are causing havoc, somebody adopting about 100, 240, 40 people and keep them in a sovereign country where a government resides, what happens? It's a failed state. So that is why we will not forget the philosophies of Thomas Hobbes, a great philosopher in the 17th century. He said, what is he said the scenarios of a failed state is a state where a government have lost its legitimacy, where a non-state has to take over. And when it's happened, he said such people cannot be able to defend the life of people. Such a government does not fit to exist. In the days of tyranny, when Abacha were leading this country, when Babangida were leading this country, Dele Giwa took bullet because why? The government feared journalism. But so today they have been able to censor the medias. So the problem in this country, we have criminality in the helm of affair, and the only way we can dismantle this insecurity is when criminality is out of the country, because a government that cannot secure the life of his people, the property of his people, does not fit to exist. Because right from the day of Pablo Escobar in 1984 in Colombia, when they took over the system, they hijacked the executive, they hijacked the judiciary, they hijacked the police, they installed in their people, criminality take over the places. In those days, when one person died in Nigeria, till you see, they will declare protest. The university government organization, they will declare protest. What is still happening now in the state now, in Oyo State? Because that can also envisage, and nobody can just abduct about 40 people and put them inside the forest in a sovereign state. That means we are no longer in the state any longer. How can you adopt about 40 people inside the forest and they have GSMs, they have media, they communicate with people, they record them. Then when you want small boy in the street, when you put against government, you pick them up. And these people are making video in a forest in Oyo State. So the only way, get rid of the government, get rid of the bad head for the city. If not, we that are discussed will be the next victim. So the media should do their work, we also to do their work.
While fear is being considered as the order of the day in the lives of citizens, as insecurity is gradually becoming a daily activity amongst us as a citizen and as a country. The citizens are also using opportunity to call on the federal government and well-to-do citizens and well-meaning Nigerians to help to combat the issue of insecurity that is currently affecting the lives of citizens, and to ensure that the lives of students, teachers, and individuals at all levels are protected as we deal with the issue of insecurity. Opinions are still out there that government should intensify efforts to combat the issue of kidnapping, abduction of school children and teachers amongst the society, in order to have a free and safe environment. As citizens are no longer feeling safe in a country where they call their own. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Government at all levels should stand up and fight for the lives of citizens, as it is their sole responsibility to protect the lives and properties of citizens which they govern.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning and welcome to Tech Today, your favorite technology and digital lifestyle show where we explore the ideas, innovation, and people shaping the future around us. I am Momo Lawal, and today promises to be both inspiring for you and also very insightful. We're talking about innovation, creativity, resilience, and what truly means to build something meaningful in a challenging environment like Nigeria. Our topic is From Ideas to Invention, the journey of a Nigeria innovator. Joining me in the studio is an inventor and tech innovator, David Momodu, whose passion for technology and automation is helping to show that young Nigerians can dream, we can create, and also innovate at a global level. David, it's great to have you on the program today. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Yeah, the last time we saw each other, you were busy doing some remarkable things, and maybe we'll talk about that while we go into the program for you. Thank you for joining us again. So I'm going to ask this question just right out of the book. Tell us about what inspired you into being an innovator or an inventor, and just briefly tell us about yourself so that our audience out there, meets this inventor.
Okay, my name is David Momodu. Yeah, I have been working on several innovations for a very long time, very, very long time, as I can think. Mm-hmm. When I was very, very young, I have this passion for science. And while in secondary school, I have love for science subjects and all of that. So while we're young, we do a lot of, children projects and all of that. Those kids kind of project and all. So it's like a passion that went on and on and on, just like that. So
that inspired you?
Yeah.
Okay. The science inspired you, because science also inspired me to be an engineer and all of that. So I can imagine that.
Yeah.
So now, growing up in Nigeria, okay, what challenges did you face trying to pursue this innovation? Like, what challenges do you face growing up in Nigeria, all of that?
Yeah, I would say there are a lot of challenges because we are not in a tech society, and we don't have a country that have a foundation for technology. A lot of advanced countries, they have this foundation for young people that have several talents, skills, and all of that to really propagate whatsoever they are into, their skills. But Nigeria is very, very wonderful. I don't want to say Nigeria is bad. Nigeria is a great country. It's going to be a great country. So let me be very, very.
But we are great. We may be greater.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are in the process. So what I would say, the country is good, but we don't really have much facilities. We don't have a lot of things we've been able to put together to help young people to achieve their dreams and their goals when it comes to tech. So I would say that it has not really been easy for that tech journey from all these years. But when you have passion for something, you just keep going, and you don't care about the storms, you don't care about the challenges, you don't even care about your country. Whether the country is good or not.
So part of the challenges, like you said, sorry, I'm interrupting you. Part of the challenges, like you said, is that you did not have the right tools to use. But at any point in time, the power, the fact that there was no constant power, did it affect your innovation?
No, it didn't. I think that's the driving force behind what I'm doing. Okay. I'm passionate about making new things, and when I didn't see some of these things to use, like power, and those days there was not really internet like that. But this time, with the help of technology and all of that, I would just say nothing of such actually stopped me from making progress. So I just have to move and.
But interesting. I also, behind this, when we're talking before now, you said there were some times you almost gave up whilst you were, pursuing any of these projects you may have already done before or you are doing currently. So what are those times? What made you almost give up? And if you did, what's now made you, continue doing what you're doing?
Okay, I would say I almost gave up. There are some times in my life, like the very first project I did, I can really remember that it's kind of very, very creative. It was a multi-purpose spraying machine, like, you know, it can spray perfume and all of that. Before the advent of these latest that we used to have in houses that you just mount on the wall and it sprays.
Like a sprinkler?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine was just kind of very small and can place anywhere. But that time, there was no really internet. There was internet, but it was not as robust as we have these days. So, you know, it's something that I don't know how to really, I'm really going to put it, but I think God really helped. Let me use the word, let me bring God in. God really helped me in the process, and I find so many challenges. Those days, you know, there was no help. A particular time when I was done with that project, I was looking for a way to really project it. There was no help at all and all that. So I'm giving up right now and all of that. But then I think I was just about preparing to enter into school. So university, yeah.
Okay.
And it happens that I was able to, you know, stumble to meet one or two persons that encouraged me financially. And when I get to school, my first year in school, I did pretty good first at Dowsa University.
Okay.
And it was not really easy for me. I dropped out, you know, like that. One or two things came up. I went to Lagos. I went to Covenant University.
Oh.
I went straight to CXT department.
What's CXT?
CXT is okay. That's Covenant University Science and Tech. Something.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't really remember it's a department for science, kind of. Yeah, for science and innovations. For just science students.
Okay.
So when I went there, I met some people. Some students. They just kind of interrogate me, check my project and all of that. And
you already had a project then?
Yeah, that was the multipurpose spraying system. I was about to throw away.
Okay, beautiful.
When I made that move, and I was able to meet one or two persons, and from there I was able to meet the former president of Nigerian Association of Inventors.
Okay.
Which happens to be my uncle. I never knew he was related to me. So I think the professor actually connected me to him. And by God's special grace, something came up like that. I attended the first Covenant University Invention Exhibition Program. That was 2005/2006.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so it was awesome. And by God's grace again, you know, I came out very well on that summit, program. And what happened was my project was selected for the Indian trip the following year, which was 2006. February.
Trip to India?
Yes.
Okay, that's a good motivation. Okay.
Seriously, that was where I kind of, you know, believe that I think there is, on this route that I'm taking, there is hope, like I should keep on. So that my initial time of, okay, I'm giving up and all of that. Immediately this scenario comes in, like when this scenario plays in, I just like, okay, fine, maybe this is just it, so let me just keep on working. And when I came back, I was encouraged, and yeah.
I'm happy to hear that, and I'm sure a lot of young persons out there watching will also be encouraged and also motivated by your own, you know, I'll call it circumstances or some challenges you were going through at the period. But above all, God intervened, and also you had some support from, you know, like minds and people that are also tech experts in the field, and also encourage you to also push further. Now, we have young people watching, young people out there who may have this idea. They may have an idea to, you know, create something, to invent something, to, you know, maybe what has already been invented, you know, try and, you know, duplicate it or make it in a particular style that will suit us in Africa or wherever they are, you know, trying to push this. But they may also lack confidence in pushing these ideas further.
It is your own enthusiasm, it's your own passion, your drive that can really take you to where you are going. Your country may not really be a tech society, but you can actually still create something out, and you can meet people that are, you know, very good in the area in which you are. Depends on the kind of technology you are creating. You want to invent. So maybe God can be on your side, and you can have one or two helping hands to move your invention forward. But the thing is, you have to be passionate, because a lot of people give up so easily because of the situation of the country.
I can imagine, like you almost did.
Yes.
You know, it's a good advice out there. I want to also add that, just like David also said, you should not give up. You should continue pushing. You should ensure that what's your idea, the idea you may have that you may think you may not be confident to even go out there, because you say you were trying to do a sprinkler, right? Something like what we have right now.
Yes.
Or a multi-purpose spraying system
Yep.
that would, you know, maybe be placed somewhere and it's.
Yeah, that
could
was.
you walk? Are you still? Is there? You can talk about that now. Could you just walk us through that project before we go into the next question per se, so we understand that better?
Yeah. No, one thing about young people, when you are still very young, you have this rush of adrenaline in your system. You want to create something, you want to do a lot of things.
Okay.
And that time I don't used to do, there's not like I'm trying to review product that already existing. Maybe there's one that I didn't know about. But for my own design, I would just, okay, fine. Let me just create something you can put on your desk and spray perf and make the place look very, very okay. And
okay.
that was my idea. Okay, let me create something very micro that people can be using in their offices. As at that time, we didn't have the production of these little ones that are placed in the offices.
Yeah, that you place on the wall.
Yeah, at that time, there was something like that.
Okay, okay, now I get. Okay.
If we as a country, if I really meet one or two persons that's okay, fine, I'm going to invest into this idea and I'll take it further from this prototype level to pilot stage, I think I would have really make money from that thing if I had that opportunity.
Wow.
It never really came up, and that didn't really stop me from doing other things, building more projects in the future.
Okay, now you talk about creativity a lot when you're in your speech here, and I want to ask this: how important is creativity and problem solving? How important is it to becoming an inventor?
It's very, very important. Very, very important, because now you don't just, these days you don't create product, you have to sit down and think, and what's the need of the society, what do my country or what do Nigeria really need? Okay, wherever you are, you can be somewhere far off. What do these states, these environments, like I'm from Edo State, what do we really need? What's the problem? What's the problem that we have as a country? Before you can start doing something. So, because your passion and your invention should be solving a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may not really be on a global stage at the moment,
just be locally.
but you could start from somewhere. So when you have that idea of the problem, then before you start inventing, I think you're going to have people to look at your side from what I've experienced, little experience in the past. And
what would be your advice, talking to Nigerian governments,
A lot is happening in the society. We are in an age where technology is almost, doing most of the solving most of the problems that we find in our daily lives. And our young people have a whole lot of talents, and I think the government should be looking at creating more avenues for young people to actually explore, and creating funds to fund their invention, their innovations. By so doing, when they build that spirit and they have this, their confidence will be built, number one. They'll feel, okay, fine, what I'm doing, I think there is a way forward for me, because there is help. Somebody is bringing in funds to encourage what I'm doing. So if that will build their confidence, number one, and number two, they will have this idea in them that, okay, fine, I think there is a future in what I'm doing. So if the government can create more financial avenues for them to access funds to build their prototypes, if they have already built them, they could think of the pilot stage. Yeah, the pilot stage is, without the pilot stage, your innovation is as good as dead. So that's why you just have to keep pushing. Because no matter how beautiful your idea is, it will only solve problem when you get to the market. Yeah, and when end users are using it. Yeah, so the government should try as much as possible to help young people.
So it's all about the finances for you.
Yeah, finances, because we have a lot of young people with ideas, to be honest, a lot. So they just don't have sponsors, no person to really put in money to what they are doing.
I also sometimes think that like as a country, I think we heard sometime that we don't even produce toothpick.
Okay.
This has to do with production now, not in invention, but then we don't produce toothpick. So it's something that we need to really consider.
Yes, we have
having to put finances in place for tech talents to explore, and also. But like I said, I've reported during some tech updates that we have tech hubs, we have expos, we have tech centers, we have programs that people now that the government now organize, and they invite these tech talents and tech enthusiasts to come and showcase what they are doing, and from there they pick maybe the top 3 or the top 5, and maybe sponsor them to go further, or also put them in places where they can push themselves even further. Now, the next question I'm asking is more relating to your field, because automation and artificial intelligence is growing rapidly, fast in the global scene. Where do you think Nigeria fits in all of this? Talking about artificial intelligence, talking about automation, because that is like the future right now. So where do you think Nigeria fits in this?
Okay, our young people, like our young ones, they are into one or two. They have one or two skills, so they are into one or two things they are doing. And as a country, I won't really say. I would say we are not really doing much. Yeah, in artificial intelligence. Depends on what our young people are into. Like for me, I'm into automation and robotics. Yeah, and again, for people that have ideas, ton of AI ideas, you have ideas that it's AI based. I think they should do something about it. They should, if possible, they should, anyhow they could just get their ideas running and all of that.
So you're saying Nigeria we're not there yet?
No, we are not there yet. I think we are trying. Yeah, because young people these days, they are creating a whole lot of content. Like
with the introduction of artificial intelligence, I see that we have lots of AI agents out there that does automation. We have AI agent that creates websites and all of that and all sorts. So you don't think Nigeria is, like Nigerians? Okay, let's not talk Nigeria as a government now, as a country. Nigerians, do you think they're not going to adapt quickly to automation? Or talking about artificial intelligence, you think you're not going to adapt quickly to it?
They will definitely.
But currently we are not there.
We are not really there. It's not like we have not. Some of these youth have not really learned one or two AI tools, but we are not really as vast compared to developed nations. We are still on our way. We are still evolving. Yeah, we are still evolving. Young people are still evolving, and all depends on the kind of content, kind of AI content they are creating. These days, a lot of automation is going on, and a lot of people that actually love tech, young people that love tech, they are very few. They are not really they are few these days, to be honest.
Okay.
Anything that will help, that will stress somebody, they'll feel like, I'll be stressing myself doing this thing. Let me just do this, this ideology of making money fast. Young people, they don't want to do things that will really stress them. But there are some others that are actually doing something good, like web creation and all of that, AI content, and all those beautiful things.
Yeah.
So we can, by God's grace, I think we are evolving, and we definitely will get there.
Well, by God's grace, we are evolving and we'll definitely get there. I can even see young persons doing AI content, musical videos, AI musical videos. I can see that we are even creating websites. I can see that we are even having some automations coming up somewhere. I've witnessed where someone created an automated, okay, I'm not going to talk about that too much, but it's an automated device that does a lot and lots of help. And I know yourself, you also have something on the way that was also reported here on ITV, where you did magic, and eventually maybe one of the days on Tech Today we'll bring the product and we'll practicalize it and see how it works, and eventually you tell us. That day will just be a topic for that, because I really want to know what you did and how you make that come alive, because it's quite fascinating. Yeah, David. And I'm really happy about that, because I like to see Nigerians push themselves even further in this area. So yeah, we're going to go on a short break right now where when we come back, we'll still have David in the studio, the inventor and innovator, where we're going to ask him more questions and maybe share some light on what we can do moving forward in making, we're going to have more young inventors and more innovators in Nigeria. Don't go nowhere. It's Tech Today. Welcome back to the program. It's still Tech Today. Still on the studio with David Momodu. We were talking from ideas to innovation, the journey of a young innovator. And we're going to just go more and ask him more questions where we'll explore many things. I want to learn a lot. I want to see, maybe tomorrow I want to invent something and just call myself an innovator. I'll be proud to do that and also showcase it to you out there. I know you watching out there may be interested in knowing how his mind works and maybe some skills you may want to learn when you are venturing into tech or venturing into things like this. So, David, for young people watching out there, you know, seeing you and, you know, hearing your story and seeing what you've done, what kind of skills do you think young people, young enthusiasts, young tech talent enthusiasts out there would want to know if they're going to venture into innovation or even venture into tech? So what skills, because people get to ask me this question a lot of times, or ask me, what skills should I start learning? What skills should I upskill myself on to become, you know, good in this area?
Yeah, from the advent of latest technology, we all know artificial intelligence that is taking the world by storm. I think young people should take advantage of learning new AI skills. Yeah.
New AI skills,
yeah,
like?
New AI skills. It may not really be in robotics, but it can be in other areas. Automation. And
they should not learn data science, data analytics.
Definitely, depends on their passion, what they have. I think one of the things is, if you are a tech person, there must be an area where your interest is much higher. Like, okay, fine. For me, I like design, I like robotics, I like anything that had to do with hardware automation. Yeah,
okay.
I may not really be having this interest with websites creation,
front end, back
end, but I love to do something that I can see physically, like in machine, something that works and maybe, you know, solve new problems. So I love things like that. So I don't know about the young people.
Okay.
So if you are coming to this, if you want to build new products, you should be looking into AI as a tool to, you know, so that you're really going to focus on, or you will use to enhance whatsoever you're doing. Yeah. Whatever project you are designing, you're going to look into AI and AI aspect, because the world has really gone
okay.
far. Yeah.
No, okay. No, I really like the advice you gave them out there. But then now, I'm going to ask you this question. This is why I wanted to really take us real deep into your own lifestyle, real deep into David Momodu. Looking back, now how far you've come, what would you say are the achievements that you're most proud of that you've done? I'm not saying you should start telling me exactly what you did, but then the achievements you've had, I really want to know. What would you say? Because people will be eager to know what the achievements you've done thus far that you're really proud of.
Yeah, I really would thank God for God's grace and His goodness. The thing is, by God's grace, over the years, my late uncle was really not really happy when I never have a patent. Yeah. Before he passed some years ago, he was like, try and get patent for your designs. Whatever you are building, try and get patents. You don't have a patent. He kept telling me.
So I'm going to interrupt you here. For some persons who are just listening to tech for the first time, you want to explain what patent means so that they grasp it. Because we break down tech for people in simple languages. Okay? Okay,
patents is a federal government kind of documents given to you as the original owner of an idea, and giving you the opportunity to explore it within a certain period of time.
Beautiful.
Yeah, before it can.
All right, so continue.
So, like I said earlier, I really thank God for everything, and I would say when my uncle passed, I began to trust God. I was going to get something out from whatever I'm doing, my patents, trying to filing 1 or 2 patents for my ideas and all of that. It was not really easy at that time. But a time came when I think the previous president of Nigeria, bring this avenue where young people could just apply for patent and will get it without you really paying. So I took that opportunity.
Okay.
So by God's grace, I had about 5 patents I'm proud of. I already thank God for.
5 patents?
Yes, 5 patents.
Could you tell us what they are your ideas now? Nobody's going to steal them.
Okay.
What are the 5?
Okay, the 5 patents. Okay. Let me just give some few ones.
Okay, no, don't give us all. Okay, yeah, okay.
Just few ones.
Okay.
Number 1 is the automated head seat system. Yeah, let me put it this way. The automated head seat system is a safety device that is mounted to your chair just in case there is an accident, so that
in your vehicle,
so that your neck, you don't have fracture in your neck. Maybe there is a somersaulting or something, so that you don't sustain fracture from your spinal cord down and all of that. So the system has a robotic hand. So it's deployed immediately when you start driving. It falls down like this, and if you are driving, even when you turn, like, it doesn't affect you, turn the other direction, it doesn't. But if there is any bump or somersaulting, it is deployed, so to save your neck from hitting.
That is one. Like another one. Just one more. Just one more to tease the audience.
Okay. The other one was the automated hair loosening system. Actually, I created a system, automated hair braiding machine, 2008. I didn't tell you about that one. But because I didn't have sponsor and people to encourage me to really patent that work then, I think it was hijacked kind of when we traveled one time, and it was mass produced.
Oh.
So when I came back,
to braid hair for ladies.
Yes, yeah, automated hair braiding machine. Yes, the African version. I did that design. I still remember. But when I found out that there was no really this encouragement like to pilot the project, I kind of just relaxed. And before I know anything, somebody just reproduced it. But I was smart enough to create the automated hair loosening machine. So that one can do your 3 twist loose, your 2 twist braid. It can unloosen it, stuff like that. And so it's just a simple device. It's patented.
You call it simple, people will be there, open their mouth ajar, wondering how you can, loosen your hair just by an automation, just by, putting a device in your hair and it loosens the hair for you. It doesn't cut the hair, because women always complain that you cut my hair when you're loosening my hair. It doesn't do that.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, beautiful. Well, thank you so much, David, for joining us today on the program Tech Today. It was really a delight. I've learned a lot, and I intend to also, brush up my skills and also upskill myself in terms of automation, because I believe strongly that automation is the future right now. People are already doing automation in other countries. They are like maybe 4, 5, 10 years ahead of us, but we are still grasping the knowledge here in Nigeria. So my friends are already doing it in Nigeria, and I hope to also, push myself. And I think people out there watching will be interested or also to, upskill themselves in one of the skills that you've mentioned, whether it's artificial intelligence or, pushing yourself to, be a better data analyst, or even just the front end on the back end, or any of those tech skills that that you're good at. It could just be something that this is what I'm good at, and you're going to push it forward. Yes, it's something I think you should pay more interest to. And it's good. You're going to only go, the sky will be your limit from there. Thank you so much, Ms. David, for joining us on the program. And yes, it's been Tech Today, and we're talking to David Momodu, who is an inventor and innovator, and he shared some of his ideas, his journey on being an inventor and innovator for us as a Nigerian. And we'll be looking more to talk to you maybe in the future, so have some other ideas from you so people can learn from. Yes, thank you for joining us on the program. I always tell you, whilst you're on this program, it's good for you to learn, to be very creative, very curious, because tech is the future. Tech is now, rather, it's not the future anymore. So it's good to also learn and be very creative, because if you don't learn, you snooze. So I'm always enjoying and encouraging you to learn a lot so that you become one of those persons that are driving tech in the future. My name is Momo Lawal, and join us next week for another episode of Tech Today. Bye for now.
certainly the best.
Viewers, again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television. Today again, we have another very interesting topic to discuss, as usual. And to think about that topic, I have with me in the studio our regular participants. I have close to me Ustaz Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
And Malam Muzdin Asumbu, assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We have just finished the Eid al-Adha festival, the festival of sacrifice. And while the ladies who attended the Hajj, of course, by now, get ready to return. So let us look at the period we are, at the lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. Let me start with you, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. We have just completed the Eid al-Adha festival, the festival of sacrifice. What is it all about? What are the lessons you can learn after the festivities?
Alhamdulillah, we give praise to Allah and we beseech for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The lessons from the festival of the sacrifice, they are numerous, we can say, but basically, on one hand, it is to it is one of the ways Allah magnifies the matter of the religion to the peak. Yeah, in the sense that in life, man tends to want to have some time for fun. So Allah Himself equally made having fun part of the worship. Because when the Prophet ﷺ came to Medina and he met the people that they had 2 days, they made amusement. He asked, what were these days? When they told him, he said, Allah has replaced these 2 days with 2 days, which is the Eid al-Fitr and the Eid al-Adha. In this occasion, it has happened that when Abu Bakr came in and met the Prophet ﷺ lying in his room, he met some 2 girls that were beating some what you call containers as a way of producing amusement. So, and he said, no, you can't do this in the presence of the Prophet because this is music. How can you be doing music in the presence of Islam? And the Prophet ﷺ turned and said, Abu Bakr, leave them alone. Today is our Eid. So it's a time Allah wants us to have what you could call a little recreation. That it's not all about work. This is recreation, a recreation whereby you also seek to obey Allah by the fun and the amusement you're having. That is the reason when Allah commanded about the Eid, He said, وَلِتُكَبِّرُوا اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ, so that you can magnify Allah for having guided you to the right path. وَلَعَلَّكُمْ تَشْكُرُونَ, so that also you can be grateful. So it's actually a celebration of Allah's guidance. It's a celebration of faith, a celebration of obedience to Allah, a celebration of the virtues of Islam, as a contrast to the vices and the evils that society has, has been known with. To say that it is goodness that has to be promoted, it is faith that has to be promoted, it is obedience to God that has to be promoted. That's why when you are celebrating the Eid, you are not allowed to drink alcohol. You are not allowed to say you're going to have women around you with whom you are not married legitimately. Okay? You can't just, engage yourself in the name of it's amusement, it's fun, it's a celebration. You can just do anything. No, everything is still within, obedience to Allah. Even the meat that you slaughter, that you say that's the peak of the farm. Everybody wants to eat something from the ram, the cattle, the camel, whichever of them that we have slaughtered. Allah is saying, "La yanala Allah lakumuha, wala dima'uha, walakin yanaluhu taqwa minkum." It is not the meat, not the blood that Allah is interested in. It is the piety of your heart, the purity, that reverence for Allah that you have in your heart for doing this sacrifice. This is what Allah is interested in.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are still on the topic, lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. So it's a celebration, and of course, celebration is allowed in Islam, not just walk every now and then. I'm coming to you now, Now, unfortunately, we have news that is viral about the kidnap of some pupils from schools. Within this festive period, this is still ongoing. Insecurity. We are talking of the obedience to God. We are talking of celebration and study. What can you say about this?
Well, thank you. In the very first instance, the Eid Adha is simply an amplification of one's submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There had been a fructifying relationship between Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam and his Lord, and that got deepened by that which ultimately led to the legislation that an animal be sacrificed on the 10th day of Zulu Hajj. Whereas, like my brother had described, it is fun, it is called celebration, it is one that goes beyond just celebration, because beyond the celebration, it is quantified by a spiritual consciousness that translates it into an imperative of action. And once that consciousness is there, the act of barbarism that you speak about, which characterizes the forceful taking of someone, or whatever the individual has, for whatever reason, to tyrannize an individual, to browbeat individuals to do what they ordinarily would not have wanted to do, are a direct reflection of the absence of this relationship which was supposed to have been developed, that was there between Ibrahim wasalam and his maker. And so when you find an individual who does this, it tells you by how much is luxated from the essence of being. Because it will take one who has a fructifying, a relationship with its maker, to become appreciative of what you refer to as the otherness. In other words, the individual would not bring pains where he is not able, for example, to ameliorate a situation that would ordinarily have brought pain. He will do nothing to accentuate the tenuity of that individual snapping out of such a situation. And so when you forcefully take people for whatever reason, there can be no justificatory basis for doing that, but whatever reason you think you have is the most heinous crime that an individual can commit. But that it has happened, and there is an attitude, unfortunately, of insouciance on the part of those who in the very first place should have made it not to happen, but who are still on sabbatical in spite of the fact that it had happened, becoming indifferent, supercilious towards the harrowing experience those who have been in captivity are going through tells you by how much we have missed what the lesson we are supposed to derive from Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam's experience with his maker, which culminated in the instruction that you sacrifice a ram.
Let me come to you again, start analyzing at this. A total of sacrifice. And is there any reward for sacrifice? Can you please tell us this about the reward you get in this period, starting from passing on Arafat Day, which are passed, and the sacrifice of animal itself, and the reward you get for the submission of the animal. Now, link it up with paradise. How does paradise look like? You know, people like to go abroad. You know, some will sell their cars, they do their food for dinner fashion.
Now, the Hajj, the aid, and everything that are prescribed for us to do within they are happening at the time that we refer to in the religion as sacred months. You know, including the horrible, unleashing of terror on innocent persons somewhere, anywhere. This is sacred month that even, the Muslims who are combatants are not allowed to initiate a war. So you now talk about people stooping so low to say that they are now taking to hostage, so to say, innocent teenagers. For what reason? We could ask. Now, so the reward for sacrifice, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts it simple. It is Jannah. It is paradise. The one who goes on Hajj and performs the rites correctly, the way they were supposed to do, what we refer to as Hajj Mabrur, the virtuous Hajj. The Prophet ﷺ said it has no reward than paradise. The one who comes back from Hajj, the Prophet ﷺ says, when they have done this Hajj correctly, they return to their home like the day their mother gave back to them. It's a cleansing time. It's a time where a person, removes himself from sin. The Prophet ﷺ says, there is no day that Allah emancipates people from the fire with such a great number as the day of Arafah. The day of Arafah, the Prophet ﷺ says, anyone who observes the fast of the day of Arafah, the sin of a year before and the year ahead will be forgiven to this person. So, it's a time to maximize gains. The Prophet ﷺ says, in the first 10 days of the Hijjah, any good deed anybody does attracts such a reward that is not attracted by any good deed you do outside outside this time within the whole year. To the extent he was asked, not even the jihad, he said not even jihad. Unless for a man who goes with his life and his property and never came back the same. Sacrifice is the price most of the time that has to be paid for what you consider to be unbelievable to be turned around. If you say you want to, for example, turn Nigeria around for the people to experience what we call a breath of fresh air, at least, return Nigeria to something better, it's going to take a lot of sacrifice from us. We have to pay a price. And the price we simply will need to pay is to say, Allah is our Lord. So that everybody should conduct themselves in a way and manner that the way I would not like to be treated, I shouldn't treat another person that way. Politics is all over the place. All our activities are, they are painted. They are dyed with the dye of political affiliation. How do you place matters? do you do anything for God's sake at all? Or everything has to be done with a political interest behind in the mind? That if you don't align, then you're going to be, pushed away, you're going to be thrown to the ground. There has to be this consciousness that we are all human. We are all children of Adam, going to be in the grave after our death. None of these things we are going to take with us. Why will you, take pleasure in having some people suffer while you enjoy whatever it is that maybe was supposed to be shared between you and God? It becomes sacrifice. A person consciously, deliberately decided that I am going to deny myself what does not belong to me.
Malam Nuruddin Asuga, I'm coming straight to you. We are looking at lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. And Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam had a great role to play. Same thing as Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam. The place to go is paradise, and the place to avoid is hellfire. Can you please, I want you to preach to the viewers on the importance of the period we are and the need to seek paradise and avoid the hellfire at all costs. Lessons from Eid al-Adha festival.
Yeah, whereas for the ordinary person, when you do what Allah had asked you to do, the desire would mean to please Him and to earn paradise.
No.
When you stay away, of course, is to escape the punishment of air. Ibrahim ﷺ didn't relate with Allah on the basis of this, because that would have been transactional. He related with Allah on the basis of the fact that whether paradise existed or didn't exist, Allah was deserving to be worshipped.
Allahu Akbar.
In other words, the sacrifice made by Ibrahim was that there was an object he had identified, and that object was Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the fixation of the value that was placed on that object directly was responsible for the amount of investment that was made. It was an object for which Ibrahim ﷺ had absolute trust. For us who are aspirants wanting to become Ibrahim ﷺ, who are struggling to become his mentees, what we're supposed to do was to become Ibrahim ﷺ incarnate, without necessarily relating with Allah in a manner that is transactional. Allah ordinarily is a gravitational force. Whether you willingly move in his direction or not, he pulls you in his direction. Except that you only get rewarded to the extent to which your action was volitional. And so we tell people that everything you find is ephemeral, transient, fleet-footing. And so why would you desire, become so desperate about what is transient? I have found people, Ibrahim ﷺ didn't do this, who practiced Theodism on the basis of wanting to gratify their hoggish proclivities. Mr. A occupies a position of authority today. They are laudatory in their praises of Mr. A. Mr. A leaves that position. They become condemnatory and praise the one who is there. But because whoever occupies a position that is mundane always get impregnated by the spirit of imbecility. And so you can't have the capacity for reflection to say, oh, he had said this of my predecessor, and now he's saying this of him and eulogizing me. What would he say when I'm gone? And in any case, if you outsource your validation you run into serious problem. If I occupy a position of authority and I'm doing what is right, my conscience will tell me that I'm doing what is right. So I don't need any one person to say, hey, excellency. And what is excellent about you in the very first place? Because these are attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala which no man shares. Wow. Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam appreciated this. But today, because of what we would eat, and the Prophet tells us that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, for as long as the heavens, whatever remains, my resources will never deplete. They will not diminish. And I will continue to give to you. And what I give, even 1 trillion of that, will never operate to reduce. So nothing operates to miniaturize the powers that Allah has, the capacity that He has to deal with us, His creature. But the fact of the matter is that unlike Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, who believed, we are struggling to believe. We pretend to have believed. That is the biggest problem that we have, for which we are still in the quagmire that we find ourselves today.
Thank you very much. We are looking at lessons from Eid al-Adha festival. I'm coming straight to you again. We'll start Saleh Abdul Hafiz. Tell us about paradise. The reward of Hajj Mabrur, well performed Hajj, is paradise. In fact, most of our deeds to please Almighty Allah to earn paradise. But Ibrahim alayhi salam, as we have been told, he was not transactional. He believed Allah was worthy of being worshipped. Whether there is paradise to go or not, Allah deserves to be worshipped, to be praised. And so, for those of us who obey Allah on condition that we want to tell us about paradise, let people know that it's better to, some, as I was saying before, some will sell their cars and get a lot of money to be able to get a trip abroad where they say they are going for greener pasture. Let people know that the greenest pastures are in paradise.
Now, Allah placed paradise as His own appreciation of the demonstration of obedience by His servants to Him. Because it's born out of faith. It's only because you have believed in Allah. That is why you are told, oh, Allah commanded this and commanded that, and you say, oh, I hear and I shall obey. The people of Medina, when they took the pledge of Aqaba with the Prophet ﷺ, the question they asked the Prophet was, as we are going to give you, accommodation, reception in Medina, what's going to be our own gain? Right. What are we going to be paid? Right. He said, you're going to have paradise. Right. And they said that was okay.
In fact, more than okay.
Yes, it was more than okay. The belief in paradise is a belief in, what this world has never produced of pleasures, comfort, convenience, satisfaction. That is paradise. As the Prophet ﷺ put it, what no eye has seen, no ear has heard, no heart has contemplated. That is what Allah has prepared for the people in paradise. To tell you that whatever stress you are going to go through, to be faithful and to be obedient to Allah, forget about what you suffer. The Prophet ﷺ, made a metaphor of that when he said, if the one who suffered the most in this world were to be placed in paradise just for a moment and brought out, and you ask him, have you ever suffered? The response is going to be never.
Because he has tasted paradise.
Just for a moment. Taste for a moment. And the one who has got the best of what the world has to offer, of comfort and satisfaction, if you were to place them in the fire for a moment and bring them out and ask them, have you ever enjoyed? They will say, we have never tasted enjoyment. The Prophet ﷺ, he gave the idea of paradise that if the world and everything it contains were to be of the value of the wing of a mosquito, no disbeliever in God would have tasted it. So that whatever you think you have, it's just a fleeting, enjoyment, possession, provision that soon it's going to be no more.
so that paradise is a place to long for. It is Allah's appreciation of your servitude.
So as we round off, Alhaji Osunogi, Malam Osunogi, please, the hellfire you hear, but can you please tell the viewers what it means?
Well, hellfire,
as we round off.
An average Nigerian will tell you that, well, he's already having a feel of what hellfire is, but that is absolutely not it. I want to say that Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam was thrown into hell, and Allah caused fire to work against its nature when he said, be a source of coolness for Ibrahim. Hell is supposed to burn, but did not burn Ibrahim. For those who occupy position of leadership, let us say this most frankly, without wanting to sound vituperative. Hellfire would observe its true nature. Because if you are a leader, a 9-month-old baby is been in the bush for over 3 weeks, and you are still able to sleep in the comfort of your home, you have a serious whatever to tell Allah when you meet with him. There can be no justification why you will sleep and a 9-month baby that is being suckled by the mother under the weather. I mean, it just means that you are not different from those who took them into captivity.
May Allah save us from his punishment.
Amen.
And may Almighty Allah grant us his Al-Jannah, his paradise. Viewers, this is all we can take today on the program, on the topic we have chosen, Message of Islam, lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. We should endeavor to make sacrifice. Those are the ends of our fears. Please try as much as possible to rule with the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And those of us who are followers as well, we should also try as much as possible to have the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because we shall all go back to Allah Maker, give account of our sojourn on earth to determine where we end up, paradise or hell. May Allah save us from the hellfire. Thanks for coming. Madam Udina Sonobi and Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz, and me, your uncle, Al-Adi Al-Amin Alau. You guys join us again next week for another vital edition of program Message of Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV,
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
Or masquerades displaying their skills during Ikpo Festival in Abiama community in Ikpoba-Oka local government area of Edo State. In Benin, Edo State, Ikpo Festival originated in the 18th century in Ugo Town in Orionwo local government area during the reign of Oba Akembuda. Or masquerade dance was introduced to Abiama village by the ancestor of the town to create oneness and good neighborliness among the people of the community. Abiama is a vibrant and culturally rich Benin Edo community situated within the Ikpoba-Oka local government area of Edo State, deeply tied to the ancient Benin Kingdom, as narrated by the Ohenore of Abiama community, Chief Aloha Osaudion.
This community is a home of heritage. They know us that we always have a culture, different type of culture. The one we are gathering here for is the Ikpo. We call it Ikpo. The Oibos call it masquerade, but according to Benin language, it's Ikpo. It has been a long time we celebrated this festival, which is 26 years ago. Since 3 years ago, when the Royal Majesty said that I should be the head of this community for now, so we, the
we all the brothers and sisters home and away, we now join our eyes together that this thing is supposed to come at this time, since I am now the head. That is why the elders is sitting around me, the women, the youth, our brothers and sisters, to make sure this celebration is successful.
In Aviama, Ekpo Festival is celebrated in 4 days according to traditions. However, Ekpo Festival is used to cleanse the land against any epidemic in the society. The Ekpo moves from house to house during the cleansing process as the masquerades dance to satisfy the gods of the land.
This Ekpo festival is a festival that has been existing for a very, very long time. It's a very, very unique festival that we are doing now. And this festival is a festival when you hear that Aviama, they are doing their festival as Ekpo festival, people are coming from different areas all over the Benin Kingdom. A festival that unique us together, that all of us will be together. Like since then I'm here, so I felt I want to witness it again. So that is why everybody, we are all here.
This Ekpo festival, it cleans good or every bad thing in the community. It's just like as we are doing Christmas, we are doing it here, happiness. We cook, we eat, we play together, we make it together. Everybody have your own way of his life. We can't force somebody to do it. But we are doing it to gain it. We are happy, as all of us are here. When you go inside the town now, everybody's happy. Every year we will be doing it now. But 26 years ago, we thank God today we are still doing it.
Aviama is particularly famous for its spectacular Ekpo festival. In the community, Ekpo is revered and the dignity is respected throughout the land, as the dance steps are viewed and interpreted by the elders to mean one thing or the other. After the Ekpo dance from house to house, they reconvene in the village square for final dance in the presence of the elders and the Ohen Nori.
There are a lot of benefits associated with this festival. Number one, it is normally held between January, February, March, every year. You know, that period is always hot. Then this, what we call it, measles, chicken pox, this and that. Any moment this Ekpo masquerade come out, they will all vanish.
The Ekpo, after performing this dance, they return to their final home for peace. The final masquerade is the mother of all masquerade, who came to bless the community as the women present white chalk to the masquerade for blessings. The Ekpo Festival comes to close till the next year.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on independent television every Sunday. Remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories. Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. Anegbete, each group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
ITV, certainly the best.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on independent television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
TV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart. If
sit
you
down.
see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
It's not healthy.
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said.
So
So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe.
Oh,
And
wow.
these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owan traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Owan was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
ITV set